Testing.
I thought he went to save the sand.
He's in New Hampshire. He moved to New Hampshire.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I was gonna say, I don't think he's there anymore.
Yeah, no, I think he ended up, is the planner for Dartmouth University, I believe.
Oh,
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah, I think it was less than a year after he moved.
Okay.
An opportunity came up. His wife went to, head of pediatrics for the hospital up there. So
Oh,
they were moving because of that, and he applied for other jobs, and that's where he was. That's where he ended up.
well. Interesting. So, Maria, I think we need to, do we need to officially add the flintlock to the agenda?
Well, you could do it either two, I mean, it was received in the office, so it just didn't get on. We could talk about it at receipts. I don't think we need to officially open it, like open the agenda and add it,
Okay,
because it was received in our office. It was
okay,
just,
great.
we didn't update the agenda because it came in, very close to end of day, and we were in a meeting until it came in, so. So I'm not sure if Tom is coming.
Oh, right. He said he was going to be somewhere fun. It sounded like someone not here.
Not here. He's gonna try and log in, but
Sounds fun.
Sounded like it was a fun thing. So wait. So is that everyone then?
think so.
Okay. All right. Well, then I would like to open up the meeting of the Madison Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency for May 6, 2024 at 7 p.m. The first item, well, actually, we can note who's here going through the agenda. So we've got Lee Schumacher, Anna Loss, Martin Brogy, Joseph Boudreau, and myself as agency members. And of course, town staff and our applicants, the public, in attendance. So, our first item is a public hearing that was continued from February 5th, 2024. This is application 23-68 454 Horsepond Road. So
yeah, I am desperately trying to move. Oh, here he goes. He finally went. I think he went. There he goes. Took me 4 tries, but he went.
I made it.
I think we have to have a motion to open or
Yes,
reopen. Yes. No, we don't, Joe. Joe's saying no. We're just open.
you opened the meeting. This is continued. It's already
Okay,
open.
this is
Public
continued.
hearing's already opened. Yep.
Excellent. Okay. So I guess what I would like to remind everyone, since this has been since February, this is an application that we deemed a significant activity at our December 4th meeting. It's for an open space conservation subdivision as well as a wetland crossing. We had a third party do a review of the site and the application materials. They gave us and the applicant a report in February. The applicant has had a chance to respond. Just to note that I believe this is the last date that we can keep the public hearing open. So that means all the information that we want to have in order to make a determination on the significant activity and everything else, everything has to be, anything you want to know, you should ask while the public hearing is open, because once we close the hearing tonight, it is closed. And there's no more chance for continuing this. As a reminder, we have specifics that we called out in the letter for the significant activity, which, we can, look back to after we hear from the applicant. But that is just a reminder that when we deem this a significant activity, there is an expectation that the applicant would provide information about the impacts that this activity would have on the wetland. And so we spelled that out in a letter from December 22 in 2023. So that is just a brief summary of where we have been. So we haven't heard, we've gotten materials, but we haven't heard from anybody since February 5th. So hopefully everyone's reviewed the materials and gotten up to speed. So I think tonight, I guess what we can do is we can start with the applicant, and you can kind of highlight what you've changed and how you've answered the third-party applicant's report, as well as any of the significant activity, other things that we talked about. And then the commission, the agency members can ask questions. And of course, this is a public hearing, so we will have time for the public to also comment.
Okay. Maria, can I share a screen?
You should be able to as a panelist, yes.
Okay. Make sure I'm.
Down along the bottom of your screen. If you bring your cursor down there, a menu should pop up. There we go.
Okay. Can everybody see?
Linda, I'm on the phone.
Okay, can everyone see the plan?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to enlarge it a little bit. We have had, as noted, we have received a review from Matt Davison regarding our initial submission. He did a review. Matt did a review on dated February 29th, 2024. And since that time, we have made I think significant changes to address his concerns. Probably, well, let me just go through them. We went back to the site. We did additional soil testing for the sanitary systems. There was a concern that Matt had regarding nitrogen and the proximity to groundwater in the test holes, and we moved the systems. They are now outside of the 100-foot review area. They are actually behind the proposed houses, and we have septic tank and pumps to get the effluent up on the hillside. The other item in the immediate lot area were the rain gardens that we had proposed, and Matt was concerned about the difference between the bottom of the rain gardens and seasonal high groundwater. We did not meet the 2-foot minimum requirement or suggested bare minimum. And so what we did is we regraded the driveway and put a Cape Cod berm on the down grade side of the driveway, and we carry the water around down the driveway across the wetland crossing, and I'll get back to that with additional details. And it goes to the cul-de-sac of our private road that comes off of Horsepond. And we created a stormwater wetland at the end of our roadway. This stormwater wetlands receives the stormwater through a paved leak-off from the private road, and it goes into a 4-bay, which meets the water quality standards as far as size. And then we have a shallow wetland area proposed, and a section with deep water being about 1.5 to 2 feet deep. We've had Rich Snarsky prepare a planting schedule for both the for our stormwater wetlands, and those are in the upper left-hand corner of the plan. You can see them listed up there. I can go through those in detail if you like. So we have taken taken advantage of the existing field, I guess, and we were able to design a stormwater wetland. We could not establish the 2-foot minimum distance from the bottom of a retention basin and the groundwater. So we merged the two, and we are creating wetlands. Now we know that a wetland at this elevation is indeed successful, because on the, oops, there we go, I didn't lose it. Existing on the property in the same field that we're putting the stormwater wetlands or constructing the wetlands is the existing wetlands. We observed this when we had our site walk, and water was essentially at the surface at that time. This year, we monitored groundwater. This has been an extremely unusual year with extremely high groundwater. But having said that, because this wetland area thrives in the exact same environment that we are putting the proposed stormwater wetlands, we are 100% confident that this will be a viable asset to the property, not only to mitigate our stormwater increase, but it'll also be a feature that will have, it'll be a very attractive feature that serves a utilitarian purpose of mitigating the increase in stormwater. And it's also treating the stormwater quality. There were some concerns by neighbors through their attorney about the stormwater quality and the runoff from the roadway. We heard them loud and clear, and we are bringing that stormwater runoff with whatever sediment that may be collected from the roadway into our 4-bay. We have, I don't know, about 150 page stormwater management report that we gave to Matt, but in that the summaries indicate that we have mitigated the increase in stormwater runoff. Now, as we go into the follow the common driveway towards the two lots, we get to our stormwater, our stream crossing. It's about 2,000 square feet in total, from the edge of the fill to the edge of the fill. Our culvert is a 30-foot long culvert and a box culvert. And what I'd like to do, if I can, you're talking to the lowest tech engineer on the planet, but how about that? There's a detail of our stream crossing and a cross section of our box culvert. We have a 3-sided box culvert. It's a 4x10 precast concrete culvert, and it will be buried about a foot on either side. So we'll have a 3-foot opening, 3x10 by 30 feet long. It meets all of the Army Corps criteria as far as the width, length, height ratios. Required is 0.82. We're at 0.86. And we meet those requirements. The size of the box culvert is more than adequate to handle the 100-year storm event, to roughly our 20 acres or so upstream watershed that feeds the stream. There was a concern at the last meeting regarding our source of the topography, and I'll go back to the overall plan eventually, but we did do field topography in the area of the crossing, relocating the stream. You actually see 2 lines. One was from the aerial photogrammetry and one was from the field location, and they are coincident. And the same is true for the topography. There was no appreciable difference at all. So the topography that we represented on our February submittal is indeed the same topography essentially that we are showing. We were requested by Matt, or in one of his comments, were putting wetland plantings along the banks. We do have wetland plantings, again, provided by Rich, and again, outlined in the table on sheet 1. And those have been submitted to Matt for his review. I'm going to enlarge this if I can, and I'd like to highlight the crossing. There was a considerable amount of conversation with Matt regarding the construction sequence, and it's very important on this particular site to, as it is on all of them, to maintain the flow in the stream and protect the stream on either side from encroachment of the construction, but conversely protect the excavations from any velocity of water in the stream. So we have silt fence running down each side of the box culvert. Here's your detail. This is where your footings will be, and we're having silt fence on either side of the stream bed, and this will contain the flow. Then once that's installed, we will excavate. You can see the limits of our excavation, and we'll go down about roughly about 3 feet. Our stone bed will be 2 feet by 3 feet on either side, and the footings will be placed on within the top 6 inches or 8 inches of the stone footing. We have 2 options. Option A is a separate precast concrete footing that has a channel that receives the precast concrete culvert. The other option, option B, is a footing that is actually cast as part of the box culvert. And those are a little bit easier to do because you're not handling materials twice, but it depends on the manufacturer. And we will have shop drawings that will be approved by us prior to any installation. But in any event, these box culverts, they come in 3 feet or 4 foot wide sections, and you just pick it up, put it in place, and you keep going until you have a 30-foot box culvert installed. Then you back out and you do structural backfill on either side and fill until you have you'll have some structural backfill, and then you'll have the gravel road base. On top of that, you'll have processed aggregate, all compacted, and then our pavement. Going back to the section, we have baled hay, erosion check, and a silt fence running along the toe of the embankment that we are forming for the crossing. These will be maintained until the site is stabilized. Obviously, once we get the box culvert in place, we will pull the silt fence out from underneath once that's stabilized, and we'll use the material that's excavated from the wetlands. We'll use wetland soil to replace in between the 2 vertical walls of the box culvert, so that the base of the soil surface that we end up with under the box culvert will be actual wetland soils, and along either side, excuse me, either side of the watercourse. So that is the process of building the stream crossing, and the stream crossing is the regulated activity that we are seeking a permit for. The remaining lots are before you for subdivision referral. So we will be coming back to your commission with individual site plans as we, let me see if I can switch to overall. We'll be coming back with individual site plans for each of these lots, including this one. These 3 lots will be coming back. We can come back with the 4.2 if need be. So we're seeking approval for this crossing and referral for the overall subdivision. It is an open space conservation subdivision. Oh, let me back up a little bit. I skipped over. I did submit a narrative for the construction sequence that I went through in detail, and that narrative has been emailed to Matt and emailed to Maria for the record, and I can answer any questions on that if anybody has any. I did also submit a narrative on the open space. Because of the private drive and the open space, I'm going to back out of this just a little bit. Okay. We have 2 sections of open space. We have a 2 point. May not get the. I took it out so I can't see the number, but I got it. We have a 2.71 acre parcel of open space on the north side. This is all wooded area, as you saw when you're at the site. That will remain as it is today. Down below is where we're doing the stormwater wetlands. This open space is 2.68 acres. And about half of it is field, half of it is wooded, where the watercourse is, and on the other side of the watercourse. Those areas, before I get off of the field part, we're going to maintain the field. The field has a very thick grass growth, and maintenance of the field involves mowing it twice a year. We want to make sure we keep the invasives out of it and the any woody growth that may come up. So we just knock it down every 2 years. It's a fairly routine field maintenance process. We don't need to rake the cut hay out of it, so that is what we are proposing, and I submitted a narrative today to your commission with that information. Let me just enlarge a little bit. I want to go to the back of these lots. There was a lot of conversation last meeting about a retaining wall. That retaining wall is no longer needed. What we did when we took the systems in the back, we have to keep the grade as it is. We're pumping up to them, and we have raised this area where the driveway is, instead of cutting into the hillside. So a retaining wall is no longer required and not shown as part of this project. Again, we'll be coming back to you with individual site plans for each of these lots, and we'll show precise grading. We'll know exactly what the house looks like at that time, and we'll have details that will be sufficient for your review and also for the sanitarian's review. I have forwarded the entire subdivision to the sanitarian for his review and comment, as required for any subdivision. That's it in a nutshell. I think on Matt, I had one more comment. Nope, that was regarding the rain gardens, and I will stop talking, and I'll take notes on any comments and answer questions. I could answer individual questions as they come up, or I can take notes and come back on and answer questions all at once. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I didn't see any open space narrative. That wasn't, I know things were submitted late today.
It came in after probably about 5 o'clock, and I didn't see until I got here at about 7:15.
Okay, I could probably, maybe I could share it.
I could bring it up if you need it.
No, I mean, it is what it is. I just wanted to note that we didn't get that.
Okay.
And well, so questions from the agency members.
I have a question. Looking at the materials that were online associated with the application, I see that there's a 5/6 site plan, which was apparently submitted today. And the one that you showed on screen, Bob, I think is that plan. However, the one online doesn't seem to show all the details associated with that proposed stormwater basin. It's sort of
what was
cut
the
off at
title
the
on
bottom.
What was the title on the plan that had the 5/6? Because we did submit some other plans that we were referring to. We have 4 items on the agenda tonight, and I had submitted multiple documents to catch up on recent meetings.
Yeah, this
with-
one says wetlands crossing site plan. The date on
Oh,
the
okay.
plan
Yep,
is
that's the-
11/20.
Let me go to that plan. You're absolutely correct that that's this plan.
I-
Site
And-
plan revised, it says 5/6/24 on the website.
Okay, this one may not, I don't know if it's made it to the,
No, I think that's the one you're looking at, Martin. The other one's dated 4/26, I think, on the website. The larger scale plan.
No, there's a 5/6/24 plan, which I think is the one that's on screen here.
Right.
But the 5/6/24 one doesn't show the details of the proposed basin. So I wasn't able to take a look at
Okay.
that in
oh,
detail.
the proposed basin does not show up on the sheet that's on your screen here. It shows just a corner of it.
Right, okay.
That
I just
that
wanted
pro-
to confirm that, and I think.
Yes,
Yeah, I was looking to review that in detail. Certainly, it's a regulated activity, and you know,
Mhm.
it's an important feature of this application, and I was looking to
let me
take a look at some of the details, cross sections, plantings, etc. And
Yeah.
I
Okay,
don't
if
think that we have enough information.
So in the set that's that you have, this is the first sheet that shows the stormwater basin, stormwater wetlands at a 1/40 scale. The second sheet is the crossing detail. The third sheet are the lot septic areas. Fourth sheet is the road, proposed road plan profile that shows the proximity of the stormwater basin. The fifth sheet are the soil tests. Sixth sheet are the sanitary designs. Seventh sheet are the stormwater basin cross sections details.
Thank you. What's online is just sheet 1 of 1. There's only one sheet there.
What's
Dated
that sheet?
5/6/24.
Is this plan set that we're looking at dated 5/6 also, or is it an earlier plan set?
No, this is earlier. This is let me see.
Yeah, it's just one sheet. Even the size of the file isn't consistent with the other plans, so
Yeah, this is
we don't have the complete set.
at 4/22/24. We submitted. That's when we added the plantings. That was subsequent to our meeting with Matt, and those were. I believe submitted as a set of 7.
Well,
I may be
I have
wrong.
the 7-page one, but I think is that the one that was submitted this afternoon at like 4:30 or something?
No, that was from last month.
That was
We did
page
have
2.
one that was submitted. There was
Page-
one updated 5/6.
Yep, page 2 of 7 was.
That was just.
And
one
that was
sheet.
just at 4:30 today, and I emailed it all to you because
Okay.
he sent it at 4:30, but that was only
Okay.
one page.
That was just the
Well, I have the 7-page one, whatever it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
think
April. I have that too.
April 24th.
Yep, that's the one with the details of the basin.
And it hasn't changed since then?
No, it has not.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Well, that's all right. It's I certainly contributed to it.
I have a question about the stormwater basin.
Mhm.
So how is it going to be maintained? is that-
It
In the so I have sampled in actually some of Rich Snarsky's stormwater wetland creations, and they're lovely when they first start, but then they get taken over by Phragmites and they start turning into something that they're not. So I'm wondering what what the thought is here on how to maintain it, because if you get Phragmites or other things in, that's going to diminish any kind of stormwater capacity as Phragmites, builds up and takes up
Ye-
space.
Yes. And what we have. One thing, one advantage of this stormwater wetland is that it is owned by the 4 houses that you see on the plan. It's their obligation to maintain it, and they have to remove. And I'll do. We've used. Obviously, we use Rich on this, and Matt can comment on this also, is that they will maintain the basin and remove the Phragmites as needed and replant as needed. And this will all be in, as we go through the subdivision process, and we have, as we go through and prepare the legal documents, the homeowners association standards, we identify the maintenance procedure required for the stormwater basin. And I've done a lot of stormwater basins, and few have been as visible as this one to the owners of the basin. And it behooves them to maintain it, but nevertheless, they are looking at it every day. And if it's full of Phragmites, it does not have the desired appearance, obviously, that Rich Snarsky is establishing with the plantings in the upper left-hand corner of the page. But the subdivision referral that we are requesting from your commission is the first part of our subdivision process. We then go to zoning to get permission to I may not be wording this correctly, but we have to actually change the zone to establish the open space subdivision, and we go through the subdivision process to establish the lots that we show in size, and this is the first step of probably a half dozen that we're going through before we get approval of the open space subdivision. And
Right.
so all of those maintenance issues will be spelled out black and white, get recorded on the land records, and will be a requirement of this homeowners association.
Okay, well, it's helpful to understand it now, since we need to do a referral. But I just to summarize, I think what you're saying is that somehow the homeowners are going to be on top of the Phragmites, and they're going to know what Phragmites is, and they're going to be able to identify it and maintain it and pull it out. Or is it maybe going to be better for them to hire someone to do this once a year? Because this stormwater system is,
Mhm.
you've shifted away from the rain gardens, and
They-
and you're moving that there. So it's more than just aesthetics, right?
Oh, yes, it's a lot more than the aesthetics, yes. It has a very important function.
Right.
And we know that Rich is going to be involved. I know one of the conditions that Matt and I were talking about were, is it a 3-year inspection or a 4-year inspection? We're more than happy with a 4-year inspection to get it going, but then he could certainly be involved as the project moves forward. And
How
that can
long do
be,
you, how long do you expect the development to take to get the road in, to go through?
I
get the-
think probably about a year and a half.
And that includes the 5 new houses, I guess.
4.
4 new
Mhm.
houses, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yep,
And that includes coming back to us for each of those houses?
absolutely.
And you think a year and a half?
Mhm.
Other questions from the agency members?
Yeah, I have a question again. What is the square footage of the detention basin, including the overflow area, the total grading? I see the silt fence is pretty far down slope. It looks like it's a pretty sizable area given the scale of the drawing. I mean, how big is this? And what's there now?
Oh, it's a field now.
It's just grass field right up to the wetland line?
It's just open. It's just an open field.
Yeah, uh-huh. All right, so we're not taking down a lot of woody vegetation to install this.
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
No. Mhm. Okay,
And the area. Sorry, it's in the it's in my document that I have in front of me, but
that's okay, Bob. Yeah, it's fine. I think the explanation is good. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
it-
other
it-
question is like, how is it sized? Like, what's the watershed area for the basin, and does it meet the new Connecticut DEP Stormwater Quality Manual? Where's the hydrologic report associated with the capacity of the basin? Is that in the documents?
It meets it's 8,000 square feet is the total
Okay,
area. And it meets the requirements with the stormwater quality with the 1.3 inches now. Instead of
Okay.
it used to be 1 inch of runoff.
yeah, so it's the new,
Yeah, and we have a suggested on the 2-year storm. It's suggested that you try to get it down to 50% of the 2-year discharge. And
Mhm.
that is extremely difficult at this site because we are at the tail end of, I think the total area going to the outlet, our design point is where the cursor is. It's about a 40-acre watershed. And we have a 12 acres coming in from the left, I think it is. And to take that 2-year storm down to 50%, it's not possible. We don't have enough land to do that. And it's a suggestion in the design manual. We do
Okay.
mitigate the runoff for all the design storms. For the 210, 25, 50, and 100, we mitigate the increase and we meet all the other requirements, but it was that one item. But we have made an attempt to meet all of the requirements in the stormwater manual, the new
Okay.
one.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Mhm.
I have more questions, but I want to let other people on the agency go before I ask.
I guess I'm curious, is Matt on the call tonight?
He
Or,
is.
should we wait for his comments before your questions, Kayla, or I'd be interested in hearing what he has to say.
Well, I was actually, a couple of my questions go back to the letter from Mr. Doan from February or March responding to Matt's report. And there's some that are highlighted that weren't answered at the time, and I just wanted to go through those.
Why don't you do that first, then we can hear from Matt.
Okay. So in this letter from, I believe it's in March,
In March,
well, I don't have, the document doesn't have a date on it. Let's see.
Oh, I know, that was it was a worksheet narrative that I took to my meeting with Matt.
Right, and you
Okay.
had comment noted, yeah, and I'm sure you've addressed some of this in the other document that you submitted, but
Yes.
I wanted to kind of just make sure that some of these, so he has like this number 3 that said, could the slowing of lateral ground and surface water movement at the location of the crossing provide an opportunity to enhance pollutant attenuation functions if plantings were used? And I assume that's part of how you added in the plantings.
Yes,
That
that's
part?
correct. Mhm.
Okay. And then, this number 5B, it said construction typically requires a crane. Is there, and is that, I assume that's also noted, any crane, the crane pad location and any necessary tree clearing required for construction is shown?
It's not shown, it's discussed in the narrative of the construction sequence. And it depends on again, the size of the sections of the culvert from the manufacturer. And if we have enough room in between the hay bales on either side to swing the crane. And if we had to move the crane into the site, we would cross the stream on timber mats, and that's spelled out. And then you would put a timber mat under the support feet also. But yes, that was discussed in narrative.
And and tree clearing, is that noted? Generally, we like to know what trees are getting taken out.
Yep, the limits of clearing are essentially the hay bales and silt fence that are shown here on. And
Okay,
this is the proposed limit, is the edge of clearing.
okay. The other one, there's a couple, just a couple. It said, could stream flow velocities increase due to the constriction of lateral ground and surface water movement through the wetland? Is this part of, in your revised report with some of those flow measurements? Did you address this?
Well, and I'll let Matt elaborate on that. What we talked about were we have an unusual situation, is that I think what Matt was referring to was the flow that we're bringing down off this hillside towards this wetland. Are we reducing that to an extent where we're going to affect the wetland area? And I'm paraphrasing for Matt, but I'll let Matt elaborate on that. And what we're doing is we're taking that runoff and we're moving it from this side of the stream to this side of the stream. But I do not feel that this area up against the 15 acres that may be the watershed coming down, no, it's about 13 acres, I think. Coming down to this area, we are taking that water and bringing it around because we get better water quality and can take it through the stormwater wetland that we are creating. And then we have the field. So stormwater quality, I think, is being enhanced here. And I do not feel that we're adversely affecting the lateral flow, if you will, that's going into this wetland area. A lateral flow in this area, Matt had asked us to do some plantings in the triangle, if you will, above the stormwater crossing to help enhance the area on either side of the box culvert. But if we could have Matt elaborate on that,
Okay.
I would certainly appreciate it.
Okay, I guess so. you just said you're enhancing the stormwater treatment from the current situation that, or from the previous?
No, if we had a, if we put a, we originally had, rain gardens on this side.
Right, okay, so you just mean from the previous plan,
From the
you're-
previous plan, we
Okay.
took those and we, essentially, this is serving that function,
Okay.
all right?
And I guess and then I'm happy to let Matt clarify. I guess the only other thing is he noted that there are some species, wetland dependent species that could be impacted by any kind of alteration in groundwater flow. You know, these stream dependent, groundwater dependent species in wetlands, these two salamanders. Um, and maybe I guess he can speak to this as well, just how this crossing could potentially impact both this change in groundwater potential and this lateral flow. I guess it's related then to the previous question.
Okay, I don't feel that the installation of the crossing and the culvert is changing the groundwater flow at all. And the width of the crossing allows critters, if you will, to pass through. And we've kept the side slope at 3 to 1 to make it gentle for the critters to cross over. And we have a Cape Cod berm on one side only that is easily negotiated by salamanders and frogs, etc. And again, I'll let Matt respond to that also, but I don't think we are adversely affecting the migration of critters either upstream or downstream.
Yeah, and I guess that it's more that that's actually where they live. They don't necessarily migrate in and out. Those two particular salamanders are
Right. We have about 2,000 square feet that we have a permanent impact on, yes.
okay.
And we're creating, I know that we cannot that a stormwater wetland is not a mitigation, but we are creating 8,000 square feet of wetlands, and we are losing 2,000 square feet of wetlands
Yeah.
also.
And you're right. They're actually two completely different types of
Yes,
wetlands.
they are. Yeah.
Okay, and I guess, you know, when I guess the other thing I'll just mention, because this will relate to what Matt might discuss, is just going back to our initial letter from, I was trying to review where we had started with this. So where we started was deeming the wetland crossing in particular, obviously a significant activity. And part of that, there's a whole suite of things we ask for, but part of it is understanding the effect of this activity on pH and alkalinity or acidity, turbidity or solids, bacteria count and flow, and estimates of these changes resulting from the proposed usage. So I looked through the engineering report and I didn't necessarily see any answers to that, but I perhaps might have missed those.
Well, we rely on the stormwater quality manual, and we have our stormwater quality volume is provided for, and that is our assurance, if you will, to follow the stormwater manual, and we have met or exceeded that requirement with our stormwater quality.
Right, but that's
vision.
for the stormwater. That's not for the disturbance. Well, this is also looking at the disturbance to the stream, like a before and after.
Mhm.
And that's not stormwater, right? That's a change to the actual wetland. So
Okay,
that's,
I'll defer to Matt then and let him
Okay.
comment on that.
okay. I'm done.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I had to review. So, I'm happy if Matt is around, we can have him speak. And then, of course, agency members still have the opportunity to ask questions as they come up.
We
If
do
Matt-
have Matt on.
Yep, I'm on. If the commission would like, I can make a couple of comments.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
So my comments about concentrating flows was related to the crossing and water coming down to the crossing. And I made that comment in part because there was concern from downstream neighbors that were experiencing some flooding and erosion issues. So I thought that it would be pertinent to bring that issue up. And the issue relates to the fact that when you put a perpendicular crossing, when you put a crossing in that's perpendicular to the movement of groundwater and surface water flows, you will get water sort of impounding up against it, and then they will sort of work their way out in through the crossing. I will say that certainly that having a three-sided culvert like this is the best thing you can do. This is the best crossing. And one of the reasons that I was sort of pointing to having Bob make the statement that this complies with the Army Corps' stream crossing guidelines is sort of the Army Corps, has come up with these guidelines, obviously after a number of years, and the guidelines call for a specific openness ratio. They require you to span a certain portion of the water course, 1.2 times bankfull width. And there's requirements for not increasing flow velocities for various storm events. So in essentially doing a review and stating that you're complying with the Army Corps stream crossing guidelines, I think a lot of those concerns are alleviated. I think it is inevitable when you put a perpendicular crossing that you do end up with a little bit of impounding against the road during seasonal high groundwater, because where groundwater is moving, laterally through the wetland before, it's now stopped by the road base. And it's not necessarily a horrible thing. That's where I was discussing in putting in plantings on the sort of the northern side of the crossing there, because if you can imagine the water impounding there, if you can put, and I couldn't see what those plantings were, but if you can plant things, particularly emergent vegetation, where that impounding water is now interacting with vegetation before it goes through the culvert, certainly that's beneficial. But again, certainly a bridge crossing with meeting the openness ratios that are required would alleviate a lot of concerns I would have for increasing downstream velocities. But again, I'm not an engineer, so there's certain things I can't review or make definitive statements on. But it's an area of concern. But again, with a three-sided box culvert, that is the best type of crossing you can do. The Army Corps' requirements for the Army Corps is essentially pushing everyone away from round culverts, and they're doing it by making the design requirements for round culverts more difficult, and they allow a lot more latitude with the open culverts because they function much better. And because they convey flows and they pass wildlife much better. I noticed in the drawing, there is a shelf on each side of the stream, which is one of the requirements for the Army Corps' best management practices. And he's going to use some wetland soil, which I think in this particular case probably makes sense. In some cases, you would want to actually armor that if you anticipate high flow velocities. But with this wetland, the flows are fairly gradual. So I think that's actually a good thing. I think it would allow for wildlife movement through the crossing itself. I think moving the septic up slope was good. Did the houses move, or at least the one there that's in view right now, Bob, move a little closer to the wetland?
Yes, right in this area, Matt, because I had to pull it down.
Right.
Because I need to get the footing drain 50 feet away from the leaching field.
Mm-hmm.
So it may be a little bit closer in this area. We've added these plants, but the actual downgrade. So, our contours are running here and the slope is actually in this direction.
Yep.
As we go down towards wetland flag 39 and 38.
Mhm. I think certainly some type of demarcation or a way to prevent future encroachment into the wetland area there. As everyone knows, you know, the propensity for landowners who buy properties is to expand yard areas. You're close to the wetland there. I did review, that was the pat in that location there. The previous application there was septic in that area. So I did take
Yeah, we had a sanitary system right in here.
yeah, and I did take a close look at the wetland in that area. There's the wetland kind of gradually drains down to the stream there. I didn't have a whole lot of concern in that location about the wetland, but certainly you would want to have some type of demarcation. You know, adding a stormwater wetland for stormwater treatment for residential development again is definitely, you know, very good. It's not always warranted. I think it's a nice addition. I will say that constructing them is difficult and having them succeed is difficult. I think there needs to be a lot of oversight during construction, particularly as you excavate down and find the proper hydrology. I think there needs to be flexibility for plantings and things. I've found that these things are a moving target when you open them up and start to construct them. I agree with everyone's concern about maintenance. And I would agree that, you know, they look good in the first year and then they, you know, whether it's Phragmites or whether it's accumulated sediment, they tend to degrade over time. And certainly having some type of monitoring program in place to monitor the basin over time and make adjustments as needed is very important. I like the location in the that is a field area there. Like Bob said, the wetland just below it is an emergent wetland that actually also provides is sort of high functioning from a standpoint, from a water quality standpoint, particularly because it's dense emergent vegetation.
Matt, I think that helps us also with determining the bottom elevation of our basin.
I agree with you. I heard that. I mean, that's generally without a lot of test pit data that I would do the same thing. And it's a fairly reliable, I mean, you're going to be close. But
Yeah.
again, I think it's important when you're excavating the bottom of the basement. And a lot of times where I see basins fail is they're excavated without oversight by the wetland scientist, and they're not excavated to the proper depth to intercept groundwater. And then when you add your backfill material to that, now you're way above that elevation. So certainly having someone that's experienced like Rich Snarsky to, you know, oversee the construction to get the base elevation set properly. I see difficulties with importing the proper substrate for wetland basins. Rarely do I see the proper material brought in. So certainly a specification for, and you may have had that, I didn't see it, Bob, but a specification for wetland soil for the bottom of the basin. But you know, again, I think that the adding that feature there is very good.
Okay.
I didn't have a lot else. I think, you know, it does appear that you have enough room for a crane. I would say that if your swing radius is big, you may end up taking down a few more trees than you think. Part of that is going to be means and methods and how they want to set the crane up and whether they are, you know, how long the boom is and how wide they're swinging it to set those pieces in. But the road is fairly wide now, and it certainly seems like you could set a crane up to it.
And as I when the crane is there, we are at the road base, and the road base in between our guide rails that we have 16 feet, and we're obviously we don't pave until the end, and we're not filling to its entirety prior to bringing the crane in, because we need to have the box culvert in place. So when you do bring the crane in, you're a foot or two down, and so the width increases every foot down. Your width increases by 3 feet with the 3 to 1 side slope. So we have plenty of width for the crane base.
I think you show a dewatering silt bag in the
Yes,
stormwater
I do.
wetland for the crossing itself. Now, I'm assuming that you're anticipating that that wetland may have been formed, but it's not fully complete when you put that in there, or?
Yeah, the gross or mat, the initial excavation will be done, mat, but not brought to finished grade.
Okay. And if it was an infiltration basin, I would say you would want to clean that out after, but being a wetland, I don't know that it would really
Yeah, and
matter.
it doesn't, yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't matter. We're gonna have groundwater coming up from the bottom.
yeah. I don't think I have much else. I am listening, and a lot of the points that are being made are good.
So
Go ahead.
go ahead, Lee. Go ahead, Lee.
I apologize. I wasn't on the sidewalk. Is the stream running? I mean, is there any need to consider when you do this crossing?
Well, the preamble in my construction sequence, Lee, is to if we ever experience a dry period again, but in all seriousness, we say that it has to be done during the dry time of the year, and it when you're actually installing the box culvert, you need to be in a favorable weather window. Which for the installation, because it's all precast, it's a fairly fast install. It's about a 10-day process once you have the trees cleared and grubbed, and you have the silt fence in place. Then when you start excavating to placing the 2-inch stone, 2-inch stone can be placed in the water. If we are able to dig a 3-foot wide trench to the 2-foot depth that we're proposing, you can place this stone and you can actually level it underwater. But I'm anticipating that we have the ability to dewater. But with the silt fence on either side, even if it has a slight flow, there are times I've been out there where there's no flow at all, but that was in early part of last year, but it is weather related, and I kind of rambled on there, Lee. Sorry about that, but
Well,
it
yeah,
is
I guess the
addressed
question
in
is whether or not we need to be
the
more
opening
specific.
paragraph.
Yeah, I guess the question for us is whether or not we need to be more specific than that, but
Well, it's hard to pick dates with the storms that we are experiencing and the randomness of them, and the out of season, I guess, that we're experiencing nowadays.
okay. Thank you.
It's difficult. You know, we used to say that we're going to do it in late July, early August, but that may or may not work. You know, you have to pay attention to the weather.
If it helps, I've provided construction oversight on a number of these the same types of bridges. So I have some experience in watching them be built. And what I have found to be universally protective of the stream is, I would be nervous if it was just silt fence, but what I have found to work extremely well is when you excavate out for the footings, you take the spoils and you essentially berm up the backside. So there's a berm between your footing excavation and the stream. And then you can dewater. But I have found that to be very, very successful in preventing. In fact, I provided, I think, some photos of an
Yes, you
example
did.
of that.
Mhm.
But I have found it to work very, very well in keeping turbidity out of the stream during construction. You could even use the clean stone if you wanted to after you excavate, but providing some type of berm that segregates the footing excavation from the stream is very important, but it works very well.
We have
So
it.
in lieu of a silt fence, is that what you're
I would
saying?
use the silt fence too. So I would berm it up and then put the silt fence on the backside of the berm just to contain the spoils that you excavate.
Yeah.
But the berm itself does a much better job. Silt fence isn't really intended to stop turbid water or water at all. And it's minimally effective against, wet spoils like this too. I mean, they can get pushed around. But the berm itself with the silt fence at the bottom works very, very well. And then what you do is once you the footings are in, you'll see the water and the excavation will be a little bit turbid. It's typically just the interaction between groundwater and the fines in the process itself, and that tends to settle out. And then by the time you pull the berm down, the water tends to be really clear, and then whatever's released into the stream at that point tends to be very clear. It does require oversight. The contractors that I was working with that did these bridges were very experienced constructing these.
Ugh.
And it was sort of a lessons learned thing for them. So they had developed certain techniques over time. But what I had found is that the way they did these worked very, very well.
Well, have you seen the construction sequence that
I did not get a chance to take a close look at it.
I'm curious whether or not we should add that to the construction sequence then.
I did not, the reason I did not propose a berm, Matt and Lee, is that we're working in 10 feet
Okay.
from the inside of the culvert to the inside of the culvert. I have a 3-foot wide excavation, so I've used up 1.5 feet with the excavation itself. I have allowed 4 to 5 feet for the stream because it's a meandering, it's not a well-defined, if you will, stream, and I've allowed 4 or 5 feet. So that does, I didn't feel that, Matt, it gave me enough room to create a berm of any significance. So I preferred to excavate and put that material into a either or side cast outside of the excavation. And I was concerned about putting a berm in there and ending up with too narrow an opening in the middle. And that's why I didn't add one, because
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the thoroughness there. I would suggest using something in addition to silt fence like clean stone to help filter.
okay, we
Because
could
the
do
silt
that.
fence itself will not remove turbidity. The stone will remove some, but again, if you're dewatering at the same time, you should be okay. You have to maintain that the
Yes,
pump.
you do.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Mhm.
In a lot of these things, it comes down to oversight and having someone who knows what they're looking at oversee it. Having a competent contractor is really what it comes down to.
Absolutely. Yep, I agree 100%.
Other questions for the applicant?
I just had one quick question. I didn't see it in the documents online. Was an alternative or, 1 or 2 alternatives to the crossing culvert design analyzed at all?
Well, this question's always difficult for me because I look at the job and then I put the crossing in the narrowest location and do a prudent design where it's economically feasible to do it. So alternatives to consider, I wouldn't change the location because we are in the essentially the narrowest section. We are at an intersection of a stone wall, and I know that when we walked the site, we all stepped across the stream in that area. It's not a I was going to say it's not an area that hasn't been disturbed, but that's a comment that I usually try to avoid. But we have a stone wall intersection there, and I just felt it was rather than trying to span the entire wetlands, which is not prudent because it's not economically feasible. I think that we're there, but I did, alternatives are always considered as as an engineer and I'm also a surveyor, go through the design process. We pick the location so that we can design something that has the minimal impact.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, so we'll still have a chance if you think of any others, but just as you recall, this is our last chance to gather information for our deliberation. So I would like to, if there's anybody from the public who would like to speak, we can open it up. What I would like to highlight is that the application in front of us is the wetland crossing and the open space subdivision referral. So we, as in the Wetlands Agency, review this and make a referral to the Planning and Zoning Commission, who will then officially, review and vote on this. So for us, this is strictly wetlands impact on the crossing and kind of the feasibility and whatever else about the subdivision that's linked to wetlands. So if anybody would like to speak, that'd be great. But if you have questions that kind of branch out, or comments that are branching out from wetlands related comments, those will be more useful for the Planning and Zoning Commission to evaluate, because that's what they have jurisdiction over. We only have jurisdiction over the wetland.
Okay,
Saying that, is there anybody who wants to speak?
we do have 2 hands raised.
Okay.
I will allow you to talk. So I have Mrs. Prasad. Just make sure you state your name and your address.
Yes, I'm on 50 Strawberry Hill Road. In Madison, my property is just next door. I think it's going to really impact a lot of the flora and fauna which come through by cutting down all those trees. And I feel like we as neighbor, we need to have a voice with that. I think everybody's going ahead and doing that, but there is a lot of flora and fauna which is going to be affected in this area. It's already being affected.
Okay. Thank you for your comment.
And I believe that when there is a proceeding where having trees being left rather than being cut down is also something we have to discuss.
So, I think it depends, so when people cut down trees for houses or wetland crossings, oftentimes those are taken away. It depends. But there are different times when trees are left in place.
Because there are laws which ensure that the trees are being left in place. And there's a lot of cutting and a lot of construction which is going to occur. You're going to have cranes. You're having a change in the way the stream is being routed. It's really going to be impacting a lot of the whole wetlands.
Yes, and that's why we deem this a significant activity and are gathering all this information. So we are trying to address this.
No, and in regards to all the tree cuttings and all of that, which will really make a big impact as well. I mean, there are laws which prevent that as well.
Well, I think it depends where that is, but certainly no one is going to break any laws on this application. I mean, that's our job to make sure that the regulations are being followed. Do you have any other comments?
No, not yet. I'll submit them.
Well, thank you for commenting. We always appreciate when residents come and speak and tell us what they think about these applications. So we appreciate it.
Okay.
So Maria, who else does
We have Attorney Bill Belchick.
okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bilczek. You can state your name and address.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Attorney William Bilczek with offices at 12 Brookside Road, Madison, Connecticut. I represent the owners of 468 and 42 Horsepond Road, adjacent to this development. My question is, the constructed stormwater wetland, the water flowing down the main driveway / road, it's a pretty steep pitch coming into the wetlands there. Then also you're merging the water coming off across the wetlands crossing, basically forming a T or a Y. My question is for Mr. Doan. Do you believe that there's any issue regarding the amount of water, stormwater running off or sheet flowing into the wetlands?
No, both the driveway and the common roadway have a cross slope, and the roadway is really not that steep. I don't, without sharing the screen, I've lost my plan profile, but it's relatively flat, Attorney Bilczek, and grade with a cross slope, and the paved leak off is more than adequate to handle the flow coming both from the driveway across the street of the paved leak off and down the right-hand side of the driveway, as the common drive, as you're looking at it as it flows east.
Okay, where the common road flows into the constructed stormwater wetlands, how does it flow into this? Is sheet flow over like a grassy area into the wetlands, or is there a drain?
No, the gutter flow goes into a paved leak off into the forebay.
Okay, all right, that answered my question there. But you don't believe that because the elevation coming from Horsepond all the way down to the constructed stormwater wetlands, I'm just guesstimating, it's about 40 feet in difference in elevation, and you're coming down paved asphalt. And if you have a major storm, that's just going to flood the end of the cul-de-sac where the stormwater wetlands is being constructed.
No, it's we begin at Horsepond at roughly elevation 106.
Okay.
And our basin, our last contour is elevation 84. So we're 24 feet.
Okay.
It's not 40 feet.
Yeah, because I was trying to read your elevations or your on the map. There was kind of hard to see. I could barely pick out what the elevation was at the top. No harm.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah. The other question I have is the Cape Cod curbing, which is essentially a short berm. How high is that going to be? Usually they're only like about 6 inches or so.
Yep, that's your typical.
Okay, but is that where you're planning to? And it's because on the map, that you presented, it shows the it says end of Cape Cod curbing. And is that where it's going to start, just at the end of the driveway?
Yes,
Okay, and then because it's only a couple feet off of the crossing, it's not that great of a distance, and that's my concern, that the water is going to just sheet flow right over the property of the front yard of the own, right into the wetlands and all that.
no,
Go ahead.
no, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but we have Cape Cod berm running from the house on lot 4 all the way around to join into the curb that is at the cul-de-sac for the private road. It's continuous all the way to the.
Okay, and that Cape Cod berm, is there going to be any asphalt curbing?
That is asphalt.
Okay, no, but it's sometimes when you have to define Cape Cod curving as either asphalt or it's basically grass. You have to differentiate between the two.
No, it's pavement. It's
Okay.
asphalt.
All right. So that's even better. So I just wanted to make sure we're all clear on that.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Well, any other questions? No, I just, one of the things about the maintenance of that constructed stormwater wetland, I know that, the town office is inundated with enough work as is, but maybe on a every 2-year schedule, wetland officer can go out there and basically do an inspection. Because my 35 years in town here, I found that a lot of these wetland crossings or any type of crossings of streams, they just fill in with sediment over the time, and nothing's ever done, and it just loses its purpose. So what there was original intent, it fails in the end because
Yeah.
no one maintains it.
I agree, Attorney Belcheck. I serve as town engineer for the town of Essex, and I've constructed a lot of detention basins, stormwater basins, and I've been involved in the maintenance of them also. And it is a frequency that I know I have this is not a public facility, but I understand the frequency of maintenance. And if when we do our documents, our homeowners association, we can set that up so that an inspection report is provided to your wetland enforcement officer. We did, with the proximity of the forebay to the edge of the private road, that is not by mistake. We have it as close as we can get to the roadway with the paved leak off, so that cleaning, we do not have to have a backhoe into the basin. We can just reach from the roadway, scoop out whatever sediment may have accumulated, and put it directly into a truck to remove it from the site. It's set up to be relatively easily maintained. It's set up to be very visible, and we've taken every precaution, if you will, to set it up to be a success. But Attorney Belcheck, I know what you're talking about. If it gets ignored, it gets out of hand, and all of a sudden we have a Phragmites filled hole in the ground. And I think that it's, I'm happy that the association owns it, and they not only own it, but they have to maintain it, and those documents will be on file in the town hall. And whatever reporting frequency that Matt suggests or that I suggest will have to be maintained.
Well, thank you ever so much, Mr. Doan. You answered my question.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
You too.
Are there any other people from the public who would like to speak? Mr. Rodell?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, you can do
Okay,
your
great.
address.
Sure. Yep. My name is Edward Radel. I live on 30 Strawberry Hill Road, so just north of where the site is. And, but listening to the call this evening, there's some improvements made, I think, from the last time in moving the septic systems to the backside. But it feels like there's been a lot of active components that have been added to this, whether it's, having to get the pump house to pump the affluent up to the new leach fields, depending upon homeowners not to encroach whether the plantings or through into the wetlands, the rain garden, excuse me, not the rain garden, but the forebay that needs to be cleaned out periodically and supervision by the town. A lot of, it looks good on a drawing, but I'm concerned that 15, 20 years from now that it's not going to get it, the amount of attention that it's getting today. So just wanted to so put that out there. My specific question is on snow plowing and if there is any restrictions on the way that this is set up on plowing, particularly the road down from Horsepond into the forebay, and if there's any concerns with how that may affect that sort of manufactured wetland and its efficacy over time.
That's a great question.
If you'd like me to respond,
Yeah.
it's anticipated that as the plow is going down the private road, the snow will be side cast both to the right, and as he returns back to Horsepond, it'll be passed to the other side of the roadway. And we will end up with snowbanks on the shoulders of the roadway. And you'll have your typical melting and gradual flow into the soil or down the gutter. And if it does go flow down the gutter, it takes a hard right down our paved leak off and into the forebay for stormwater quality control. It is anticipated that if we get exceedingly deep snowfall and it has to be removed from the site with a backhoe, it will be removed. It's not the intent of the basin to have snow just pushed off the end of the roadway into the wetland basin.
And so who would be responsible for communicating that to I presume this would be a private plow company that would do this work?
Yes.
And who would be responsible for communicating the sort of the special instructions?
The homeowners association will have an operation and maintenance manual for both maintenance of the roadway and maintenance of the stormwater basin. Maintenance, even mowing, Mr. Rodell, mowing along the side of the roadway. That's all part of the association documents, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else?
No one else with their hand raised.
Okay. Then I guess what I would say is just for the agency members, just to review, when we deemed this as significant activity, we asked for lots of information, description of ecological communities and functions. I think we got some of that from our third party. And, as I mentioned earlier, kind of a before and after, how is this activity going to impact the wetlands from its current state. And that is the stream and the wetlands, but the stream itself as well, which is not the stormwater detention. So, as you think back to other of our significant activity applications, if you have any last questions before we close the hearing, because that is it on our question and answer.
I don't.
Okay,
I'm all set.
all right.
I move we close the public hearing then, if there's no other questions from the agency members.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of closing the hearing for application 23-68, 454 Horsepond Road? Raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Lua.
Yes,
Okay. Just gonna say, you're gonna deliberate a little, right?
but after,
Yeah,
yes, after we close,
yes.
right? So this is the last for the public hearing, but as you'll notice, we don't have a staff report because when we have these significant activities, those are a little more involved. And so this is a chance for us to discuss, with the information that we've gathered. So we have two things before us. We have an open space conservation district subdivision referral that we make to planning and zoning, probably in this case in the form of a letter, and also the wetland crossing. And so I guess I will start out with the open space conservation referral, and just say, I guess, as we've heard, I guess, it is a significant part of the stormwater management plan. It's creating a wetland. And as Matt Davison said, these can be tricky and they're very tricky to maintain. And I have been in 3 of Rich Snarsky's created wetlands, which were beautiful when they were first made. And they're not maintained. 2 of them are fine, weren't planned to maintain. The other one, I don't know, but they're getting choked with Phragmites and it's completely changing the character of these. And I can tell you that because I've been going out in them for like 9 or 10 years now. So I think, whatever we say to planning and zoning, there needs to be some deep thought about this stormwater. I think there needs to be some deep thought about this stormwater detention created wetland and how it's going to be managed and who's going to manage it, and how often, and cleaning out the forebay and understanding where the snow is going to go. All of that I think is really important for that part if we're thinking about the conservation district subdivision referral. So I'm throwing that out there as, a discussion piece. So tonight is, this is so Maria can take notes and help us, draft a resolution for our June meeting. So I'm happy to hear other thoughts or comments.
Well, I for one agree with you. And I guess my question is for the referral, can we be as general as you just were, or how specific do we need to be in the referral as far as, specifying length of time, maybe a maintenance bond for some period of time, inspections? Is that things that we have to address now in the referral, or can we just say it's fine as long as this is required in the maintenance documents? Is my question clear? I don't know.
Yeah, so I and Maria or Aaron can speak to this. We did a very detailed letter in the past when I think it was Longshore Lane, and there was another, a couple other applications that were subdivisions I'm gonna forget. There've been a couple where we've referred these to planning and zoning, and we've been very specific about our concerns. As far as, you know, recommending a maintenance plan or a timing of that, I don't know.
Yeah, you can recommend as a condition and give a length of maintenance.
Because for me, I heard Mr. Doan and Matt already referred to a discussion of 3 or 4 years. That doesn't seem long enough to me. You know, if you know, if we require, personally, I think it's important for the reasons that you articulated, Kayla, that we give it some more time, because the houses have to be built. They have to get 3 or 4 years under, 2 or 3 years under their belt, actually maintaining it. You know, I think we're talking like 5 or 10 years for, you know, an observed maintenance program, but that's
I
just
was
me.
gonna, I was gonna say it might be beneficial to say after every growing period for the first 4 years, annually, have somebody go out and check it, preferably a certified soil scientist or a professional wetland scientist. Give a report back, and if there is some sort of bond for maintenance purposes, then once you hit that 5-year mark, maybe every 2 years, you can spread it out a little bit. Because the hopes would be at that point in time, your created wetland would be hopefully established by then. So you don't have to go quite as frequently.
Yeah, but this is in perpetuity. I mean, if you want to keep this as a stormwater management system, it is going to have to be forever, because otherwise it will fill in and become a meadow at, you know, 10, 20, 30 years.
Right.
So that it, you know, any kind of maintenance is going to have to be super active. And super active. I like your idea, Anna, of, you know, the first 4 years every growing season, and then maybe every 2 years after. But once Phragmites gets in there, it's really hard to get out. So you need to be, it's easier, you know, to be on top of it sooner rather than later. And yeah, I just watching these other wetlands, you know, which I can document, and it's changed what can, you know, it's changed all kinds of things about these wetlands. And one of them is a stormwater management, but the other ones aren't. But this one definitely has to function. Any other
Yeah, this question is, you know, a difficult one, and one that's often brought up by so many commissions. And, you know, we don't have the capability of implementing a bond large enough to maintain this basin in perpetuity. There's no way to come up, we can have recommendations and so forth, but there's no way to ensure that this thing is going to be maintained in perpetuity. We can't do it.
well,
We can make recommendations and they can say yes, but I don't know if there's an enforcement mechanism that, you know, do we have, can we have enforcement in perpetuity for this as well? I almost feel like we have to almost let it go. We can do the monitoring for 5 years. We can make recommendations for maintenance, but we certainly can't impose a bond large enough to cover this in perpetuity. I don't really see how it's possible.
I don't think, well, I think for these open space conservation districts, this is a homeowner association. So they would have to fund this. I mean, this has to be something that's linked to their
Monthly
deed,
dues.
you know, there's a legal obligation that they're gonna have to maintain that. I think you're right about enforcement.
Yeah,
In this case,
they could write it into they could write it into their bylaws, I guess, and
well, and I think that's what they would have to do. I think that's what Mr. Dillon was saying, is that it's unfortunate that I had hoped, because I went through, I'd asked in February for more detail on how this open space was going to be maintained, but that, you know, and whatever. But I think the way these have worked elsewhere is that this is in the bylaws. I mean, this is part of what they buy into when they buy a house in something like this is that they are signing on to maintaining, I think, and certainly that would be something we could recommend in any letter we write to planning and zoning. Because remember, this is just, we don't vote yay or nay on this part of it. This is, we're
Okay.
going to tell planning and zoning what we think about this conservation district and what it entails.
I think you're both right. I think it's impossible to think that we could make sure it's maintained forever. But I think by setting some, 4 or 5 or whatever, Anna recommended, at least we're getting the homeowners association to get in the habit of doing it. And all we can do is keep our fingers crossed that they stay in that habit once the period's over with. Is how I kind of view it.
And I think they will at some point be motivated, because if it doesn't work, there's a lot of water coming off that property. And, as everyone has noted with the uneven weather and different precipitation patterns, that are kind of predicted to continue, it will be challenging if that doesn't work. I think they would be unhappy.
I was gonna say, they have stake in that working, so
They
they
will.
should, like you
Yeah.
said, have motivation to keep it working.
They're going to want it to work. They're not going to, I don't know. Some people like Phragmites. I'm sure Phragmites is beautiful if you're not thinking about it as an invasive, or if you go to Europe where it's native and where it should be. But yeah.
Madam Chair, this is Erin. I just wanted to add also that you are reviewing a regulated activity for that common private road and crossing, and that constructed stormwater basin is part of that stormwater management for that. So along with any recommendations that you may have towards, to share with the Planning and Zoning Commission, you have the ability to condition your regulated activity permit on stormwater maintenance plan that is, filed with the HOA documents on the land records, things of that nature. And the open space area is deed restricted open space, as is required as part of an open space conservation district. So associated with that, you can also have specifics on what type of open space that is, that passive area, passive recreation area, and the maintenance for that open space. So just wanted to add that you do have the ability to have conditions on your regulated activity, and you don't have to just rely on, recommendations to share with P&Z. You do have some of that under your control as well.
Right. Because it is tied to the crossing and that regulated activity. Yeah. So
Yes.
we do have a lot going on with this application. Okay. So, we are still on our first agenda item. Are there so what we need is to figure out what we would like to see in a staff report that can be circulated and that we can discuss at the next meeting. So I think we have, figuring out monitoring of the stormwater, and the maintenance plan. I guess, if we're talking about the open space, mowing twice a year sounds like that was being proposed. That may be fine. This should be kept open. Both should, but I think the others would. This field, for those who did the site walk, is more likely to see encroachment, I think, from homeowners wanting to whatever. So I think, it should be clear that this is open space. There's the little wetland in the corner. Maybe that's delineated or marked so that it doesn't disappear as these are.
I think in the past we've had people, I forget which application it was recently, they put plaques out saying that this is a conserved wetland area.
Yeah, that might have been old schoolhouse or something.
Yeah, I think that was old schoolhouse, and I think I would agree that that would be something to do here as well.
I
Um,
agree.
for any place where we have the wetland, and this would, follow where, I think Matt Davidson had pointed out, the house got shifted closer to the wetland. Um, certainly the open space should be clearly delineated as well. I think that is one of the requirements for these open space conservation districts. But it should be pretty clear where it is and what it is, and the wetland should be delineated, or not delineated, demarcated. Any, and so we've talked about the open space conservation district. We can come back to that, but tied into that is thinking about maintenance of the roadway and then the wetland crossing. Are there comments or conditions or anything that has come up tonight that,
Well, I think one of the things Matt brought up was the need for um uh, professional oversight of the construction of that stormwater, whatever we're calling it, area.
And also during the construction of the bridge installation itself. So that's a good point, Lee. Yeah, some oversight during construction is required here for both the basin and the bridge installation. I think that was pretty clear.
right, and I think we can all, look back not that far in the distant past to Race Hill Road and realize that it is really important who is out there doing these types of crossings, and that oversight is definitely needed. I like the idea of
Mhm.
some kind of filtration system, as Matt was saying, maybe the clean stone. I like the idea of the berm, but it sounds that maybe that's too tight. But I have to look at my notes, but it sounds like there are different methods for helping to filter the water when excavating, so that that area is not getting completely muddied up and the turbidity, lots of turbidity going in.
Yeah, I don't think we should offer specificity with regard to engineered controls. And I think that, letting the contractor and the oversight people decide what's best given the conditions would be the way to go. But to have a qualified professional out there from start to finish and to keep the town staff notified, I think would be important.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Do we need two though? Do we need a engineer for the crossing and a wetland scientist for the constructed wetland?
I think there'll be engineering oversight to a certain degree on behalf of the owner, overseeing the construction contractor, but I think that the soil scientist or environmental professional can serve the dual role of oversight for the construction of the bridge as well as the basin.
That's fine. That's fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a wetland scientist or whatever, soil scientist, someone ecological out there
Right.
helping manage or oversight on that.
In addition to inspecting the stormwater, could we have someone inspect the bridge and make sure there's no sediment buildup or blockage every handful of years?
Um,
I think there was a concern, or there was a comment a while back about sediment buildup on the.
right, on the north side, and I think that, so I think Mr. Davison had mentioned that inevitably happens, and the plantings he's recommending might help with that impoundment and the sediment buildup, but yeah, I mean,
Maybe we can tie in the maintenance of the. Maybe we can tie in the maintenance of the detention basin with the inspections of the crossing as well.
Mhm.
yeah, I think it'll be important to see how that all sorts out. I'm looking, are there other, and again, we are just talking about these concerns so that Maria can help gather these together. Is there anything, I'm looking through my notes. Is there anything else? I mean, I guess, you know, thinking about, you know, we're gonna have this driveway that's gonna be maintained. We have this field that somehow has to be maintained. And so we want to be, you know, clear about these plans. As well as, you know, snow plows, I guess. Are there any other issues, Aaron or Maria, have we missed, or, you know, are there anything else kind of obvious that might be a concern that we'd want to address in you know, our referral, as well as whatever resolution we end up with?
I mean, not that I know of, unless Aaron has comment.
No, I've been taking good notes.
Okay.
I think we've captured, at least jotted down most all of your concerns and the concerns that were raised during discussion on the hearing.
Okay.
To at least be able to throw some, you know, some facts and findings together and some draft conditions for you to review at the next meeting.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Okay.
Nope.
Well, thank you to town staff for being helpful and taking care of us and writing down everything.
Thank you,
Okay.
Matt. Thank you, Matt, too.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you, Matt,
Yeah,
very
thank
much.
you.
It's super helpful having your comments, really helpful, and thank you.
Do
Okay.
we need to make a motion to move on?
I think we can just move on.
Oh, good.
We're going to move on. So our next is another public hearing, 24-06, 241 Neck Road. However, as you might notice in the agenda, they would like to continue this to June 3rd. So I would make a motion that we continue this public hearing for 24-06, 241 Neck Road
Second.
to June 3rd. Excellent. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right. Pending applications. So now we are down to applications we saw last month. Our first is 24-11, 61 Lantern Hill Road. This is, you know, for those of you on the sidewalk or if you went out on your own, this is for a retaining wall and for an in-ground pool, sports court, storage shed, etc. We have Mr. Cunningham here to fill us in.
Good evening, everyone. I'll try to be as brief as I can. With me tonight is Mike Ott from Summerhill Engineering and Matt Davison from Davison Engineering.
Am I promoting Mr. Ott?
Yes, I think both Mr. Ott and Mr. Davison should probably be on the meeting. And I'll just start. Maria, if you could put on my landscape plan first, and then we'll move to Mr. Ott's plan as a second plan.
One that is revised.
Should be date
4/4.
4/4. Yeah, 4/4. Okay, there were a couple things that were asked of the three of us from the last meeting. My plan shows a couple of them. There are 3 hardwood trees that are going to be removed. They are now labeled where they are on the plan. You can see there the dark circles up top. One's by the end of the pool, one's between the pool and the shed, and one's next to the shed. I've listed them out. There's about a 10-inch hickory, a double-stemmed oak tree that we didn't really look up the day on the site walk. The tops are broken out of both limbs of that oak tree, so it is not in great condition. and there's a third oak tree that's about 11-inch caliber that's going to come down. Those are the only hardwoods that are coming down in our area of disturbance that's shown inside the silt fence. The pool equipment was asked to be labeled. It is going to go down by the air conditioning units on the side of the house. And just so everyone knows, these new gunite pools, there is no backwash or any water coming out of this area. All the filtration system is taken care of in the pool and in the filter itself and removed by hand. There's no water moving out of that. About the only thing that I might also add is the planting area from the edge of our permeable pool deck to really the edge of our stone walls, about 10 feet. It's about 1,500 square feet in area. I listed on the plan a low grow rhubarb, which is extremely difficult to find in the nursery trade now. It's a very popular plant. I've started to use a low form of aronia, which I think from a aesthetic standpoint is probably a little bit better looking. It is readily available. They'd still be planted on 24-inch centers, which probably means there's going to be 350 to 370 plants in that area along the planted edge of that stone wall. Maria, if you could go to Mike Ott's plan. I'll just throw one other area out that was asked about. The one new addition to Mike Ott's plan, and Mike is with us tonight if you have any questions for him also, is we are now using the existing boulders that are in front of the house to form our stone wall over by the pool, and we are pouring a concrete wall to change grade in front of the house and veneering that with a stone so it looks like a stone wall. It's still it's still within our, you can see our line, our erosion control line, it's still within that area. So we're, not any closer to the wetlands area than we were last time. And lastly, we have Matt Davison with us tonight. He did put together a wetland impact assessment report that I think you've all had a chance to read. And basically saying that there's not really an impact to the existing wetlands on the site. And if you have any questions for either Mike or Matt, they are both on us on the meeting tonight.
All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Any questions for the applicant on this application? From my notes from last time, everything, I went through the minutes, everything that we asked for has been addressed. I think the only thing and maybe I didn't see it, is the fill. I think one thing we asked was, what is it? Getting fill calculations for the retaining wall.
Mike did do that, and I did send that on an email.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, up to, and Mike can answer, I think it's around 420 yards. Hello?
It is.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, so that is from our last minutes on this. All the points that we asked, all the information we asked for from last time has been provided. So are there, I sense there's no questions from that agency.
No, I move we approve application. Whatever.
We have a resolution.
2411.
Well, it says 2410. Is it 11?
Mm,
It's 11.
It is 11.
Our
It's 11.
resolution has 10, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it was, and
11.
yeah,
And we have a staff memo for it, right? So,
Right. Right. So go ahead. So go ahead, Lee, if you want to.
well, I move that we approve application 11, 2411, 2411, 61 Lantern Hill Road, with the three conditions in the draft resolution. Three conditions in the draft resolution prepared by the staff. Do we need to read them in, or is that enough?
There's a second. So we can have discussion. Do we need to read these in, Maria?
You can. It's,
All right.
We
I'll-
don't need to.
Pardon?
I don't think we need to. We just
you
said
don't
for
need to,
first
but you could, I
resolution.
mean,
No.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, basically, it's it's notify the agent. The site works. Everything should be stabilized, and then the mature tree should be tagged with orange construction. It's our standard language. Any other discussion for this application?
I think these guys did a great job.
Okay. All in
Thank you.
favor of approving application 24-11, 61 Lantern Hill Road? Raise your hand, say aye.
Martin,
Excellent.
aye.
All right, thank you very much for providing all the information and putting together this application.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay.
You. Thanks, guys.
Yep, thank you. Our next application is 24-12, 2222 Durham Road. Again, this is one that we had last time. This is for a subdivision referral, which we did, and then a regulated activity permit. Specifically, tonight we'll deal with the regulated activity part. We did the subdivision referral last time. And this is looking at putting utilities through this trench.
it literally. This is the fourth time I'm trying to promote him to a panelist and just won't go.
Okay.
Do. Ah, there he goes. We'll be joining webinars panelists. Jim,
Hello,
hi.
how are you?
Good, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
So, since you were here last month, it sounds like there've been a few changes.
Yes,
So you can tell if you want to walk through some of the changes, and then we can ask questions.
sure. I'll be glad to. First of all, we revised the site development plan dated 4/29/24. Those revisions are several. That's the subdivision plan.
Yep.
Can site development plan be posted, please? While that's being done, Rich Snarski did deliver to me a report, described the wetlands. Thank you very much, Mom. And basically the question was raised last time, the wetlands are mostly wooded, he says. The soil type in the wetlands are walpoles and scarboroughs. He goes on to describe them and so forth. So he attests to the fact that he marked the wetlands and the reports on the wetlands. The issue that became a discussion point last time was actually the crossing of the wetlands over the existing farm road that connects the eastern part of the site to the western part of the site. There were previously underground utilities installed in the late 1990s to a residence that was constructed by Bill Mulvey. What I'm attempting to do is put in underground utilities parallel to those utilities because CLMP has told me I have to, under that same farm road. I've added on the site development plan a detail showing how the connection will be made. I talked in
Oh my God.
some detail last time about the existing 60-foot of conduit that was installed under the culverts that allow the transfer of the water from the wetland on the south to the north. It was just installed for future use. Now we would want to employ those conduits to install this new underground service from our property on the west side of the wetlands to a lot on the east side of the wetlands that will be the location where my daughter will construct a house. I've shown how it will be done. I have a typical trench detail that shows that pipe will be installed under in a trench. There will be conduits on either side. It's shown in section AA, 2 4-inch conduits and 2 1-inch conduits for future. These would be for telephone and/or cable. I don't know if they'll all be used, to tell you the truth, because of the changing utility services, but no, at least one will be used for Comcast. So those details are shown. In addition to that, I've added to the site plan showing silt fence on either side of the existing farm road, so that there would be no transfer or possibility of transfer of any sediment to the wetlands on the north or south side of the farm road. That was a major issue. Again, I've gone into some discussion of that on these details. Subsequent to discussions with Rich Schnarski, he was unable to get back out because of his very heavy schedule, and I can understand why, because of all the activity that's going on. But I was able to employ Michelle Ford of Echo Maps LLC, who was kind enough to go out with me on, I think the date was April 30th. We walked the site. She looked at not only the crossing, but also the site where we would be building the house. She concurs with what I stated the last time, that although it was the road was qualified as a regular wetland, it was no longer serving as a wetland. Her conclusions are contained in a letter to the Wetlands Commission, and I will read from the last sentence. In terms of the wetland impact, I see the proposed trenching as having minimal, if any, negative impact on the wetland system, given the following. And then she has 6 points that she makes. According to the attached aerial imagery, the road has been in place for over 30 years. See attached aerial imagery. It does not function as a wetland. 2, the road provides no wetland function other than to retain water in the upgradient open water pond, and has little, if any, value as a wetland resource. 3rd point, the road is low gradient, flat area, and the probability of erosion is de minimis. 4th, the time frame of work is short, and since trench spoils will be staged only for a couple of hours, there is little risk of a migration to the adjacent open water bodies. 5th point was Mr. Portley has agreed to install sedimentation erosion control, which I show on the plan, and having the soils replaced and the area restored, as needed, to ensure no soil migrates to the adjacent standing water wetlands, and the area will be restored in kind within 24 hours. As I said, her findings were consistent with what was presented to the commission last time. And I think it's fair to say that because that farm road was a location of former where utilities were installed in the past, it's certainly consistent. We're not entering any new area at all. The second major change to the site plan is I've moved the house, I should say, on the lot further away from the wetlands along the east side of the lot that border the Havanesset Fishing Association. These are wetlands associated with the Havanesset River, the upland waters. I moved the house approximately 20 feet westerly, so it's now 88 feet from the wetlands as marked by Mr. Snarsky. The studio, as I call it, will be moved also 20 feet further so that it is now 76 feet from the wetlands boundaries. Michelle was kind enough to take pictures of the
Great.
fields in front of the,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, in front of the house, and she shows the trees that we're trying on photo 6 of her report. She shows photo 6 mature white pine and cedar trees west of the proposed residence. Shifting the residence further inland of the wetlands will result in their removal. So as I said before, I'm trying to retain as many of the mature trees in the open field that I can. But I understand the commission's concern about being as far away from the wetlands as I can. So I'm trying to trade off the one versus the other, and I'm trying to come closer to it, get out of the 100 or the 100-foot restrictive area. But I think it's I'm trying to reach a compromise with the commission on the placement of the house, so that I can also retain as many trees as I can. So I think those are the major changes. I think I've addressed your issues regarding the utilities, and I hope you see your power to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, for the commission members, do you have questions for Mr. Portley?
This is Martin Broggie. I don't have any additional questions. I think the letter from the soil scientist is terrific. I think the photos that show the road and further describe, I really understand what the project consists of now. It's not the entire roadway. It's just connecting two utility lines. They're fairly narrow in diameter. It's a flat road. It doesn't have any wetland functions and values. It seems, I don't have any issues with it at all. And I appreciate you moving the house further west from the Havanesset River as well. So I don't have any questions, and I think I understand this, and I think it looks good to me.
Other questions or comments?
I agree with Martin. I have no other questions or comments. I appreciate you moving some of the structures away from wetlands. Actually, I do have one question. In addition to the silt fence, could that be reinforced with a hay bale?
It could be, but as I was intending to do originally, I was going to have a great deal of wood chips, because I had on the property, a lot of the vegetation chipped. I was going to place that at the base of the wood of the silt fence, so it would be a filter itself before it actually reached the silt fence. So we would have two filtration systems in place for any migration.
That works.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I will just comment on the letter from the Regional Water Authority where they, and I know this is in our staff resolution as well, where they say this plan meets our minimum buffer. The use of lawn care chemicals in the buffer area should be discouraged. So they were clear, because the Havanesset River is, a river that feeds into aquifers, that they would prefer not to have lawn use chemicals in the buffer area. So that would be in the 100-foot review area. I think our resolution as drafted currently suggests looking at Yukon Clear sites or Nemo. There's a nice flyer that they have. So I'm just highlighting this for everyone that the Regional Water Authority would prefer that that long-use chemicals not be used in the area. And I would agree as far as it's possible that that should be minimized or not used at all.
This is Martin. I don't see that language in the draft resolution for 2222 Durham Road regarding.
It just says our resolution has at the bottom, it says best management practices with respect to fertilizer application within the 100-foot inland wetland review area. Guidance by Yukon, Clear, and Nemo can be used for reference. So it's suggesting best management practices. I am just
Okay,
highlighting that Regional Water Authority prefer none.
Oh, there it is.
Well, if you saw my lawn, you would realize we don't use any chemicals.
I got it. I apologize. I didn't make it all the way down. So thank you.
That's okay. Are there other questions or comments for the applicant?
No.
All right. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to look at the draft resolution. Thank you to Maria for sending this out last week, so it gave us a chance to look. Does anybody want to make a recommendation, a promotion, something?
I'd like to make a motion. We approve application 24-12-2222 Durham Road for the application before us in accordance with the draft resolution prepared by town staff dated April 2nd, 2024.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion?
Just thank you to the applicant for updates to your application.
I think it was May 2nd too, Martin, not April 2nd.
Yeah. I guess my only comment is if the best management, if we could incorporate part of the Regional Water Authority saying that, you know, that we encourage the wetland buffer area to remain in a relatively natural state with minimal to no lawn care fertilizer is just, I would amend our last one to say that, which is pretty much taking some of the language from the Regional Water Authority.
So to say best management practices or none at all?
Well, to say you could, well, I guess what I would say is the wetland buffer, I would take this from the Regional Water Authority. The
Okay.
wetland buffer should remain in a relatively natural state, and the use of lawn care chemicals should be discouraged. And, you know, within the 100-foot inland wetland review area. And then you could go guidance by Yukon Clear and Nemo can be used for reference.
Okay.
That's just what I'm saying, but that would have to be something that others on the agency would need to agree with or not.
I think that sounds great. I think it sounds great.
Works for me.
Okay. Well, all in favor of the resolution as amended? Shan?
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Portley, for compromising with us and providing us with the detail that is helpful for us to make these decisions and go through this quickly.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for Maria for all your help. Appreciate it.
welcome.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Nice.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So our next application is 24-13, 148 Summer Hill Road. And do we have?
We have Mr. Mandel, who I'm trying to promote. There we go. I think he got there.
Great.
Good evening, Chuck Mandel, agent for the applicant, Arbin Ameko. This application is the third and final chapter of the 3-lot subdivision on Summer Hill. Got off to a rocky start on the first lot. We subsequently addressed all the issues. There's a house there now. They're putting the pool in as we speak. Currently, there is a footing in for lot 2. They're in construction there. All the erosion control measures are all working. Everything's substantially as per plan. This application is actually a mirror image of the first 2 lots. We're proposing all the activity outside 50 feet. We do have the wetland, the septic system is approved by the Madison Health Department. The active system itself is about 105 feet from the wetlands. There's a small portion of the reserve area, the corner, that's probably 95 feet from the wetlands themselves. We also have a stormwater system to collect the roof water in subsurface galleys. There's really not much to this plan. Like I said, the commission is very familiar with the site. They've walked it several times. I don't know about this specific lot, but the topography is generally the same on all 3. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them for you.
I have a quick question. In our and maybe this is on the plan, but we're recommending in our draft resolution a permanent delineation between the maintained lawn and vegetated slope with the planting, which we did with the other 2 lots, I believe. Is that on here?
Kilo, I did not see that comment. I didn't see the staff report. I certainly would have added it to this plan if I had seen it. The silt fence, we can use the silt fence delineation as that demarcation as we did on the previous plans.
Okay. Yeah, well, we didn't, I think we just received this last time, so we didn't have a chance to talk about it. And but that also mimics, I think, pretty clear, in a similar way what we did with the other 2, just having that vegetated buffer between lawn and the slope.
Yeah, I can certainly mimic that from the other 2 applications.
Other and then of course a maintenance plan, and we can, talk through that on the resolution. Are there any questions from other agency members?
I had a question, Chuck. You had mentioned that the septic system's 90 or 95 feet from the wetland. Was that what I heard you say?
Yeah, so Martin, on every septic for new construction, we have to show reserve system. So the system that we're proposing is the actual system that's going to be constructed is 105 feet from the wetlands. Just the very there's a corner of the reserve is actually 95 feet from the wetlands. So typically, once you have your CO, reserve is no longer required. And for most repairs for septic systems, typically they strip old system and replace it with new fill. They don't usually go into the reserve area. But that said, we're still 95 feet from the wetlands.
Okay, and that's the sort of light blue rectangle. Looking at this plan southwest of the house, if north is up, because it looks there's a wetland. It looks like it's a wetland band to the south, or
yes,
in the
there
other
is.
direction?
There's a drainage easement that we had, and that belongs to the open space. You can see the delineated wetlands to the south, Martin, and the hatched line is actually that belongs to the land trust that's been dedicated, and that's a very well defined swale through there.
Yeah. So how far is that from the septic system?
That's even further. So by scale, so don't get the stormwater system confused with the septic system. So that is actually 240. Yeah, so that's actually 200. The southern one is 240 feet from the wetlands by scale.
I got you. Yeah, I got it confused. That's what I asked in the very beginning. Southwest of the house, that blue rectangle. I didn't scroll all the way up.
Oh, okay. I'm Sorry, yeah, the other the other one color is the
It goes
septic
the other
system.
way,
That
so
is a
that's fine. I
stormwater
appreciate
system,
it.
and
It
that,
makes perfect sense. I'm sorry if I'm asking
okay.
dumb questions tonight. I was brought home at 3 a.m. by a tow truck, so I'm
No,
not terribly
that's
bright today.
Oh, that's it.
okay, no worries.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Okay. I'm gonna share if I can. I'll share the draft resolution that we have. Can people see that? I
Yep.
can't. Where am I? Oh. Okay. So does anybody, I'll make a motion that we approve application 24-13, 148 Summer Hill Road with the conditions outlined in the draft resolution, which you guys can see here. So the agent, the Inland Wetlands Agency agent shall be notified before work starts. Everything to be stabilized, no stockpiles, and then here's the language which we can discuss about a permanent delineation between the maintained lawn and vegetated slope with 5 feet deep row of native shrubs and plantings. And I'm pretty sure this is very similar, if not the same, that we had for the other two lots, and that a wetland scientist monitor the health and viability of the plantings for a minimum of 3 years with 80% survival rate. So this is the motion that I have made. Does anybody want a second?
I'll second it.
Second,
Great.
third,
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion about the conditions?
Nope, they seem pretty clear to me.
And Chuck, that should be fine.
Yes.
It's yeah.
Yep.
I think this is the standard that we did for the other two.
Cool. Yeah, it looks identical, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All in favor of approving application 24-13, 148 Summer Hill Road? Raise your hand, say aye.
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 Excellent. I'm gonna stop sharing.
And Chuck will get me a revised plan. showing
Yes, I will
proper-
show the conditions. I'll reflect that
you.
on the plan. Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, we're moving through. All
Thanks,
right, application 18, wait, 24-1888 Wildcat Springs. This is for regulated activity, grading, and drainage within 100-foot upland review area. And who?
Todd Anderson is being brought over.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? How are you?
Doing well.
Hello.
Sorry, working from home tonight. It's my daughter's 11th birthday.
All right.
So,
Hey.
so I'm here tonight on behalf of Chris and Emily Wakefield on Wildcat Springs Drive, I believe it is, 88.
Yep.
Yes. So what they plan to do, this is an existing piece of property, which is pretty much like 95% mowed lawn right now. This was an old sand pit subdivision up against a man-made pond. So the reason why I'm before you is because the man-made pond is a wetland, and they plan to build their house elevated to hopefully have a dry basement. So similar to other houses in the neighborhood, they are elevating their house up and putting in a basement with a footing drain and related roof drain discharge. So The only thing within your 100-foot review zone purview is the footing drain and roof drain discharge and some minimal grading so they can have a backyard which is level, almost level and adjacent to their house. Similar to all the other houses in the neighborhood. Being that the original developer of the property, it was a sand pit, as I stated. He excavated out a bunch of material down to only a few feet above what the water table was, or maximum water table, I should say. So now that my clients want to build a house, in order to ensure a drive basement, they need to bring that material back in to elevate their house. And as I stated, this is no different than all of the other houses in the neighborhood. If you go down that road, you'll look and see that all of the houses are elevated, and they have had to bring material back in to facilitate having a basement. So, very minimal impact on the man-made pond. We are about maybe 75, 80 feet away from the man-made pond with all of our activity. And again, it's just grading and the footing drain and roof drainage outflow. So that is why we are before you tonight. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the agency members?
I don't have any questions. I'm really familiar with Wildcat Springs. I had a friend that lived there years ago and saw it, maybe when there was one house out there. So it's very well described here. My only question is where's the fill going to come from to raise the home? Do we know?
We do not know at this point.
Okay. Would we make an assumption that it's going to be considered clean fill or bank run sand and gravel, or there's a lot of recycled products out there nowadays that contain some contamination. I know there was an issue on one of these lots with some fill coming in, so maybe it might be worthwhile stipulating, certainly for purposes of water quality, that, something considered clean fill or bank run sand and gravel be
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
utilized. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't I don't know the procedure for how to mandate where fill comes from, but personally, if I were to have fill brought into my property, I'd want to know where it came from. So I imagine they will want to know the same.
Other questions from agency members? Okay. I'm gonna share again. Oh. So this is our draft resolution. Does anybody oh god, yes. Want to make motion? No.
I'll make a motion that we approve application 24.1888 Wildcat Springs Road in accordance with our April 30th, 2024 resolution, and add that clean fill or bank run sand and gravel be utilized for the development of this site. We can do that.
Yeah, you can add that in. I've
Okay.
pulled that, yeah, it's fine. All right, so we have a motion with an addition to our standard. And I'll second. How about that? I'm gonna second. So for discussion, just to make sure we're clear, so we have our regular notification, we have our E&S measures at all times during construction. We have, because we are close to a wetland, these best management practices are being recommended with respect to fertilizer. That I think is great. And I think we can add, Martin's fourth here would be suggesting, conditionalizing that clean fill be used on site, given how close it is to the wetlands.
Okay.
Any other discussion or question?
I'm wondering on I know we approved it in the last application, but in item 3, the last sentence, guidance by Yukon Clear and Nemo can be used for reference. I think we should be a little bit stronger and either say some, or instead of can say shall be or should be, or
Yeah.
something like that, or
That's why we have this discussion. I think that's
Yeah.
great. Yeah, I pulled up the Nemo and they have a nice little 2-page flyer, which is
If, when we say that, we put it in the approval letter. We attach the flyer.
great.
great.
Yeah, so just say guidance should be used for reference instead
Okay.
of should be.
Instead of can, that's kind of
That's a little wishy-washy.
right.
It should be used. Great. Any other comments on our motion? Okay, all in favor of approving 24-18, 88 Wildcat Springs Drive as amended, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Any
Happy
opposed?
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thursday.
Right, so we're passing and it's birthday time, yay.
Thank you
Yay.
so much. Who wants to sing? Who wants to sing happy birthday, my daughter?
Not sure anybody wants to hear me. Pretty sure she
Have a
doesn't
great
want to
night,
hear me
everyone.
sing.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Night.
Yeah, my kids don't want to hear me sing either. Nobody. Okay, great. So our next one is our last that were received last month. Application 24-19, 38 Opening Hill Road.
And we have Bob Doan again for that.
Great.
Hi, I'm back.
Oh,
Um,
long time no see.
I know. I'm here, actually, Tim Mack is here with me for 38 Opening Hill. And this is a lot that was part of the Raleigh Trust property that was subdivided in April of 2023. This is a 1.8 acre parcel, and we are proposing a house that is 75 feet from Opening Hill Road, and the back corner of the house is within 100 feet of wetlands. And we have a silt fence on the property. We're limiting our activity roughly 60 feet. Scale it. Yeah, roughly 60 feet from the wetlands is as close as we will be with the activity. We have health approval, and that's about it. It's a 5-bedroom house with a sanitary system on the downgrade on the northern side of the house. The sanitary system is about 120 feet from the wetland area. It's actually downgrade of the wetlands also. And we have a rain garden in front of the house. This is well outside of the 100-foot upland review area, but that slopes towards Opening Hill Road. So that's about it.
Was this lot part of a 3-lot subdivision?
Yes, it was, Joe.
Okay, and Kia,
So-
we did a site walk here with, I think Anderson.
Yes, yep. Anderson did the subdivision. They had
Okay.
broken off a lot in the back, which was known as Lot A. And
Yes,
then they did 3 lots. And Tim Mack is building on
yep,
yes, that's the this is the area map. And
okay,
there were originally 4 lots proposed, and the owners of or the buyers of the lot, the subject property tonight, are buying the lot behind them, lot 32 also. So that house in the middle is not going to be built, and they're going to merge the 2 lots
Nice.
because they are it's very important to them. I know there's been a lot of conversation regarding fertilizer of lawns. It's very important to the people that are buying this house regarding fertilizer and treatments, pesticides, etc. And they want the lot behind them to be in its natural condition without any possibility of contamination of the wetlands that's behind them. So it's a real plus on this property.
plus less cars.
Yeah,
One less
less
driveway.
cars. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I remember this lot being not very wet. It took a while to find that wetland. Kia found a critter in there, but it was really small.
Yeah.
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 Right, but it is a vernal pool.
Yes.
So, and so it looks like so it looks like you're not near the wetland for very much. Is that right?
Yes, we've tried to minimize it as much as possible. We have the house as far to the
Yeah.
the south as we could go, and we are 33 feet from the property line on the south, where the setback's 30, and that keeps us kind of on the outside the radius, if you will, on that corner, on the garage corner. So
Right.
yes, we've tried to move it as far away as we could, and we the lawn is in the back to the silt fence. It's fairly modest as far as the size.
So is there, and I haven't been out to the site since your wife walked it, although I've driven by and I can see it's pretty active. Is there a way to delineate that wetland, like put markers or something?
It is. It's right now it's flagged.
It is
Do you
flagged.
want? Yeah, it is flagged.
Well, it's just any of these kind of vernal ponds that dry seasonally. It's it's if possible, we recommend, like we did at Old Schoolhouse, like we did in our application tonight, I guess, Horsepond, putting out plaques that kind of say this is a wetland conservation, whatever area. So to just highlight that there is a wetland there. There shouldn't be lawn, there shouldn't be whatever.
Mhm. We could do that, yeah.
Especially for a vernal pond that is
Mhm.
seasonally, depending on, rainfall this year.
Do you have a template for the marker?
Yes, I think we do.
Okay,
Is that right,
yeah.
Maria?
We have the plaques. We have the little
Yeah.
round disky things. Yeah.
okay, and we can purchase, you give those to us?
You've purchased, I don't know why, we have them. I think I give.
But we'd be happy to put them up, yes.
Yeah, and I don't know
Mhm.
how far, I'm just looking at this, where the lawn, there's, hopefully there'll be a buffer area.
We're 60 feet away from the edge of the vernal pool.
Yeah, I get that, but that's not, is that the lawn or that's just the house?
That's the edge of the lawn. Yeah.
That's it, is 60 feet away.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, because I would, it would be great to put these like 50 feet out from the wetland marking, or 20 feet or 25 feet. We can talk about it, but something where there is a buffer around a
Mhm.
vernal pond. And I, so we had this come up at I think it's the Advent Hill application. And for vernal ponds, there's a recommendation to have 100-foot, no disturbance buffer. The lawn is 60 feet away, so 50 feet would be great to put those plaques.
Okay, yeah. All right. We could do that.
Oh, this is Martin Brogy. Yeah, there's a feature on this plan that I can't quite figure out what it is. It's right around 60 feet, and it almost looks like a fence. Is that silt fence? Maybe that is a silt fence line that kind of zigs around.
Yes. Yep.
Right where it says 100-foot upland review area
Yep.
crosses that. Is that silt fence?
That's the silt fence.
Okay. And it looks like it's not quite capturing the grading required around the septic system. It sort of dies right into that, or are there a couple
have a-
other rows of silt fence?
We have another
There.
row down gradient of the,
Yeah, it just seems odd that that silt fence that goes around the house should wrap around somehow.
yeah, that was originally there, Martin, because of that stockpile that's there.
Yeah, okay.
And so
Yeah, I think as long as the silt fence captures all the grading required for the house and the septic system, I think, that's what it's supposed to do.
Mhm.
And I was wondering again, to Keola's comment about a yard, we can put up these placards. We started to talk a little bit about, where we should put them, how far away should we put them? And I kind of like them right around where that silt fence goes right now. It doesn't give you a lot of backyard, but I'm thinking
That's
that we
okay.
want to have a no yard area, right? Is that what we're thinking,
Yeah.
Keola?
Yeah,
that-
that's the recommendation for, documented vernal ponds.
Yeah.
It's to have like this no disturbance. We have something similar on Off Neck Road at Stone Road or whatever that is. We've got a 50-foot no disturbance zone around that wetland. And so, 50 feet, the silt fence is at 60-ish. But that's kind of what we're saying, what we have been saying for these types of wetlands, particularly vernal ponds, is
Do your placards have a dimension on them? Or they just say wetland buffer?
Mhm.
Okay.
yeah. And so they need to be, I think we have them every 25 feet or something, staked out, and it's like and this would be something, I guess, that would go on the plan. That I guess it would go on the plan. That's what
Yeah, we can add those.
So
Sure.
that it's tied, so that this is, the conditions of an approval, would go on the plan, and they would be out there. And I get what you're saying, Martin, that they could follow that line.
Yeah.
We'll follow the silt fence.
And
Yeah,
Yeah, and that should be like a no mow, no disturbance, no lawn, just natural.
Okay.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I like it.
Um, any other comments, questions for the applicant? All right, does anybody want to make a motion?
You want to pull up the,
Yeah.
I think it's pretty simple if I recall. I move we approve application 2419-38 Opening Hill Road with the two conditions listed in the staff memo outlining the fact that number one, that the wetland agency agent needs to be notified at least 48 hours, and number two, that all soil areas are stabilized with proper sediment control. And number three, we're to add a condition to add wetland demarcation markers on the plans in the location where the silt fence is located now on the plans.
Okay. I'll second. Any discussion? So yeah, so the third condition is the markers, the wetland markers, following the silt fence, and having that be a no disturbance area. Other comments or questions? Or comments? All right,
Sounds good.
all in favor of the resolution as modified, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, abstaining? Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Gonna keep going here.
See if Jessica's still awake.
I know, it's like, is it bedtime? All right, so next on our agenda is enforcements. So we have 129 Green Hill Road. And as you recall, there was a clearing of vegetation, and then we've had you know, a kind of staggered process of managing the downed wood, and then a planting plan and rehabilitation and restoration of the site. Hi, sorry, I know it's late. Oh, you're muted. Still can't hear you. Or I can.
I can't.
Here.
No, bottom of the. Bring your cursor down to the bottom of your screen and all the controls should pop up, maybe. She's connecting to audio, it says. Nope.
So yeah, it's a bummer.
Yeah, I can't tell. I mean, that's
Is there
your little microphone. Do you see a little picture of a little microphone at the bottom? No? Okay, then click on it, make sure it's green. Yes. No red line going across it. You want to try logging back in? Okay. I don't know. Hopefully that'll help.
Well, yeah, you just turn something off, turn it on,
Yeah.
reboot everything.
Did everybody
Oh.
see that we did upload, or Jessica did turn in her conditions of her planting plan and her functions and values in the meantime?
Oh, good. No, let me see.
Okay, let's see if we can promote her again.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That's the last thing I want to do is delay this meeting.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Hi, guys. All right, where do we start? Oh, that just totally discombobulated me. Okay, so we have the corrective letter, right, from when was that?
So
February? Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you can, okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay, we did, so items 1 and 2, the log, brush, wood chip piles were removed beyond the regulated area, or taken off site. The majority, I would say, like almost 85% of that was done before March 15th. I've been in contact pretty regularly with Maria. There was a lot of rain, not ideal conditions, but we were able to complete that portion of it. And then we submitted the restoration, terrestrial restoration plan and a wetlands biological assessment for the functions and values about a week and a half ago. So hopefully you have that. And so that fulfilled the requirements of 1 through 4, and I notified Maria 48 hours before the tree removal clearing. So here we are.
So yes, we did stay in contact. It was challenging because of the weather.
Yes.
And we did, both Aaron and I went out there with who was the tree company, right?
The tree company.
Yeah, the tree company. He went over his methodology of what he was going to do. And we were out there. I stopped out there during, when they were removing, I think twice. And then I walked through with Jessica after, and it cleaned up really amazingly. And now we're at the part where she had the functions and values done and the planting plan. So if you've had a chance to review it.
Hi, this is Martin. I don't see the functions and values report in the folder online, unless I'm missing something like I have been all night. The butters application, aerial
hold on.
butters plan, location survey.
Let me see if I can see if it's there.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
It may be called something.
It's called Wetlands Biological Assessment, and it's in that. Do I have access to your meeting stuff?
I'm looking.
Yeah,
to
it's
see if
online.
Oh, okay.
There's a functions and value report. It came in on the 25th, and a restoration plan.
Don't see it online.
Is it part of the agenda? Sorry.
Yeah, it should be. I'm looking at I'm going to look at the documents right now. I apologize if it didn't get there because I know
I didn't have a link on my agenda, but I went to the.
Oh, you know what? It didn't get linked. I noticed
Yeah.
that it didn't get linked.
Yeah.
But
you go to-
they are there. It is attached.
You
I
have to
am
go to
sorry.
an earlier meeting to get the link.
Yeah.
How do you get it?
Go to an earlier meeting. I think the March meeting.
Yeah, the
Oh,
link
I
was not
see.
live for some reason, and I didn't notice that until I
Okay.
went on tonight.
No worries, no worries. Thank you, Lee. You guys, that's fine.
I can
you summarize it at all for us?
summarize, yeah,
Yeah.
so, I mean, in my layman's terms, but Lindsay Webb is an aquatic biologist that came out on 2 different occasions to do a functions and values assessment, and as well as a biological evaluations of the wetlands. She determined through visual observation, biological sampling, and habitat assessment that, let me just get to that point. I know I've read it here. That the report supports reasoning that the clearing activity within the wetlands did not represent the likelihood of significant adverse environmental impact to the existing functioning of the wetlands or their long-term functioning at the present levels. Potential impacts of the clearing can be mitigated by the following terrestrial restoration plan that has been provided separately. There's, I think, 13 different functions and values. That's, my understanding, is pretty standard. 6 of those functions and values do not or unlikely provide a significant level that the wetland area and the pond unlikely provide a significant level of function. The primary functions of this wetlands that we have in our property is groundwater recharge and discharge, a flood flow alteration, nutrient removal and sediment. And basically, it's like how she described it, as kind of a catch-all from the areas that are much higher in the adjacent property areas that are much higher, and kind of the water runs down into this area. It's 4 feet at the deepest part. It seems to have like an actual hard rock bed to it, and there's no area that they can find that there's like an inlet, so it's not like spring fed or anything. It does have characteristics of a vernal pool, but it does not, at least in the year and a half that we've owned this property, it hasn't dried up ever. There's always been water there. I can maybe stop there and see if I should continue, or if.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. Yeah, so I just pulled up. So that's great. So it looks like you have the functions and values. And then I looked, you have a pretty detailed restoration plan, planting plan with the map. And it's very nice that you've got the planting locations mapped out. And this re-sprout germinated seedling location, that's from vegetation that's already there. Is that right?
Yeah, so Eli's Connecticut licensed arborist that specializes in wetland kind of terrestrial planting plans. And so when he and I walked the property 2 or 3 times, but the most recent was just in April 16th was the most recent, very recent. Yes, the things that are artery sprouting are listed here that we were able to identify. And there was one that he was not able to identify yet because it just was
Yeah.
small, but have also been flagged and listed and and documented.
Okay. So I just this quick look that I've done, I think it looks great. That we've, done, especially given how challenging the weather's been this spring for working and clearing out a wetland. I completely understand that our ponds are super deep right now. So I can only imagine it's been challenging. And so it looks like moving forward, it would be this planting plan. Is that right?
Yes, so that's what we have. We have submitted a planting plan and a invasive species identification and removal timeline as well.
So I mean, from and Maria, you can help and agency members. It seems like we are on track with everything that we've asked for. And so, I guess moving forward would be just implementing the plan that we have outlined. And I've just done a quick look at it, but it looks reasonable.
Yeah, and they gauged a timeline too, so.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it looks thorough. Does that sound like that's the next step on this?
Yes, so we can do a, another, letter that would give them the corrective or amended corrected action. Some of the things over here, just they said that they were gonna hand cut some things at the end of April. Did they do that? Or
hand cuts,
invasive plant, garlic, mustard?
Oh yeah, yes. Like so it's a battle. There's a ton of, we have a ton
So
of.
they're saying the invasives will be like from now through the summer, getting rid of the invasives and then start the plantings in the fall.
Yes. So they recommend the plantings in the fall just because they wanted to continue to, monitor to see what else is going to resprout. There are several species that will not resprout, like hemlocks and spruces, for example. And then there's other species that will that would naturally resprout, but not until the late spring, even summer. So the thought of it was that we'll continue to monitor to see how many, more, what else resprouts, and be able to monitor, also map those out. Yeah, to kind of see what we're working with, just like an ongoing.
So, and we can, if you wanted to do another corrective action, amended corrective, and so we could check in again at the end of July. And then maybe go from there, see if she notifies us in the beginning of the fall when the plantings begin.
That
Yeah,
sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay.
Do we need to
Do you want to
vote?
make that motion to amend?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion that we amend the corrective order on 129 Green Hill Road. To do what Maria said. What did you say?
Just rewind.
Oh, long night already. So the motion is to amend the corrective order and check back in July and see how the invasives are going and if the plants have taken, and then we can step on from there.
And the
Yes.
plan, the plan for the plantings.
I mean, I don't know if you'd want to go all the way until the fall and say, check in, when you begin planting. That's up to you.
We can do a check-in at the end of July just to see how it's going.
Okay.
All right, that was my motion. Anybody want to second that?
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? Okay,
Nope.
all in favor of motion to amend this corrective action, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstaining or nays? You have to speak up. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your effort you're putting into to do this activity.
Yeah, we really do.
Thank
Yeah,
you. No,
well done.
thanks. Have a good night. Good luck.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So on to other enforcements, which are also / receipts. We have 144 Neck Road.
Yes. So, this was, I know you know this property. There was a violation for tree cutting. I think it was prior to the demolition and prior to the regulated activity permit to demolish and rebuild a house. They have complied with the plantings. I've been out there, witnessed the plantings with the soil scientist. And things have been progressing. I've been out to the property several times over the course of the building to monitor, and we received a walk-in complaint or concern from a neighbor right behind 144 Neck Road about a retaining wall. So I went out to the site, and he also had some confusion in the plantings and what he thought was supposed to have been done, but he didn't think they were planted, and they were. But when I went out to the site, they did, however, the contractor homeowner, extended the retaining wall. So I think Chuck Mendel is, here to talk about that. We did have, the homeowner, come in with the contractor, told them they needed to stop and, modify the plan, and, it's basically built, but before we receive the new application, the modification, Chuck could speak, I guess, on behalf of the homeowner as to what happened and why.
Okay.
As to why I can't really speak to it. Chuck Mandel here, agent for Patrick Boudelaire. So Maria, if you put the plan up that we had done. So we were contacted by the homeowner that there was a violation, and subsequently we went out. We as-builted existing conditions that were there. There was a significant wall that was placed along the entire back of the property, as you'll see on the plan. We did locate on the plan all the plantings that are there. If you zoom in a little bit, Maria, I didn't know what the species was. I just called them wetlands plants on there. The silt fence that's intact. So based on the May 3rd letter, there was no disturbance beyond the silt fence. And we did go ahead and locate the silt fence that's there. That's indicated by the SF. Those little black triangles are actually the delineated wetlands that was done by Bob Russo. So the top of the wall is about elevation 15, and the bottom is about elevation 8. So it's a fairly significant wall. It's about 7 feet in height. There's actually, so you can see it's in 2 phases. So by Neck Road, you can see like a grayed out line, and it looks a little different than the rocks that are placed there. So that's actually concrete blocks. I guess they call them mafia blocks is a common term. I guess you can't use that term, but they're big concrete blocks. And then on the back side of that are actually natural boulders. And that was it. There is no disturbance. It's very stable right now. So from the concrete wall to the house is still dirt, but there was no runoff. The silt fence is actually working fairly well, but there was no runoff that I noticed at that time. I was hoping for a section 13, since there is no disturbance beyond the actual May 3rd, 2023 letter. He has not gone beyond that. The only significant difference is the original retaining wall was actually behind the pool, which was about 50 linear feet of wall. And it's an additional 120 feet of wall, but it's substantially no different than what the wall that was approved. So I was hoping to get a section 13 for
Well-
we do have an application in,
Yes.
and I was
You
thinking
can,
that we could get an administrative approval.
so we come to the receipt portion of the show.
So it's 120 extra feet of wall?
Let me see if I can-
Approximately, yes. Yes. Yep.
It's been built already, right? So
Yes, it is in place. This is an as-built that we did.
so what was it before the wall? I kind of
that's what I'm trying to bring up.
But was it a gently sloping lawn, or did they end up
No,
bringing?
No, it was
No.
steep. It was a steep lawn down to, we walked this because there was a tree cutting and then
Yeah,
there's.
no, I remember,
Yeah,
but I don't
it's-
remember on the north side of that.
This is what the wall, this was the retaining wall that was supposed to be concrete wall right here.
Right. There is
They
proposed, yeah, there is
grade.
proposed grading. It's fairly steep, but as you can see, so now the wall actually prevents anyone from going down into the wetlands. It's unless they want to jump off the wall. But there will be some steps leading down, but it actually does more to protect the buffer area.
Could you go back to what we were looking at, Maria, the original plan? So it was on the south side, south side. Okay.
Yeah,
And
the plan is just orientated differently. I mean, it's,
right, but yeah, I mean,
And those little circles that you see where it says existing silt fence is on there.
So did they bring in any fill for the wall, or it looks like?
Yeah, actually that's from the basement, so they didn't really bring in much fill. Just the wall itself is probably about 170 cubic yards of wall. But at the fill for the behind the wall to the south is actually was used from excavation from the basement, from the foundation.
Okay.
okay. So we have 120 feet of wall already built that wasn't supposed to be there. So for enforcement, Maria, I mean, is this, I'm not sure what our options are, except I guess we look at the plan that was submitted.
yeah, I mean, it was, when I received the complaint and I did go out there, it was already built. Obviously we told them stop. I mean, I think they were, the mafia block or concrete block was in place. I think some of the boulders were not all the way in place yet. So I did tell them to stop and had the owner come in with the contractor. And that's where we said, they were gonna have to submit a modification and get it all on a plan.
Right, it has to be, I mean, and yeah,
Yeah, it was a change of plan. I guess they thought it could be, it would have constituted a field change. It's too big of a field change. So, it does delineate the wetland. It is steep over there. I walked down there prior to the wall, went with the soil scientist to, when they laid out the trees and all the plantings for the violation. So it was steep, and it was with the weather conditions, it was eroding. Is the silt fence was challenging. I had gone there several times after storm events to tell them, make sure you're ready to top over, and they would have to reinforce because it was just loose sand, it's
Yeah.
steep, it was just loose sand.
it's steep.
Yeah.
But, looking at this, there's this steep wall and the restoration area, and is there lawn?
Yeah, that's my question.
No, I don't, I mean, before, not after, I don't,
Yeah, so just so beyond the silt fence towards the wetlands, that's just that's vegetated.
That's
right?
yeah, it's all.
Right, that's completely vegetated, not necessarily lawn. It's just whatever was growing in the wetlands. So that's where the plantings are right now. So anything to the north of the silt fence was all natural. It started growing back actually. Originally, when he had done the clearing the trees, the original violation, once that silt fence has gone up and the plantings are done, now it's just filling in now whatever the natural vegetation is growing there. But anything to the south of the silt fence is the wall. So there's about a couple of foot difference between the silt fence and the wall right now.
Okay.
But that was the silt fence to anything to the north, to the south of the silt fence had been approved in 2023. The only addition to that is the wall, but the actual disturbed area was approved south of the silt fence. Or towards the road, towards Neck.
You're saying that they're gonna have steps going down so they can get into the vegetated wetland?
Yeah, he had there he does show see proposed steps all the way to the west there, Kealoha. You see a little dark hatched area. I don't just so they could walk down there.
That's on the south.
Yeah, I call it south, but it really is west. It looks like it's on the
Yeah, southwest. Yeah,
Yeah.
at the bottom of the sheet.
At the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what we can do.
Well, this is just the enforcement part. I mean, you still have to receive the
Yeah, so
application, you
we
can
can
make your
receive the
decision.
Yeah.
At that part, it's just, we wanted Chuck on here to explain the site plan and what they.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So for the agency members, this is both an enforcement and then also a receipt. And I think it's not really a section 13. Sorry.
Okay, that works.
It's 120 feet of wall. I think
Hello, I had to ask.
I know.
I had to ask.
I know. And that's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
I think 120 feet of wall, we'll take a look, we'll receive the application and take a look at that.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, so is there anything else we need to do, Maria?
Nope.
Okay, thank you for explaining, and it's helpful and it's actually really helpful to compare the original to the current.
Yep.
So that's great.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All
Thank
right.
you.
So we have another enforcement, 546 Opening Hill Road.
Yeah, it's Bob Doan again.
Yep, which is also one of our ones for receipt, as you'll notice.
Good evening.
Hello, again.
Yep. I'm here on behalf of Tim Mack again. Maria, do you want to bring the plan up or shall I?
I have it.
Okay. This is property at 546 Opening Hill. And
This is good. This is another enforcement for a retaining wall and a curtain drain.
Okay.
So this one was not this was inspected as part of a final. We were getting ready to try to do a final CO inspection, and apparently, and Bob can explain that the health department required them to to put a curtain drain in because of water on the septic. And when Aaron and I went to look at the property, in addition to adding retaining walls that were not on the original plan, the curtain drain was flowing into the wetlands. We made them stop. We called the owner, Tim Mack, the contractor. of the property. They stopped the operation, and we've made them, they hand dug out, we gave them a corrective action to hand dig out the sediment from the wetland, as well as other sediment that had gone in through, they're having the same issue with rain being on a slope, sediment, going through, busting through the silt fence and having to repair the silt fence. So that's where we're at with that. They have cleaned it up, the area, and Bob is here to present the new plan, revised plan. Go ahead, Bob. Sorry, interrupted you.
Oh,
No,
that's fine.
that's helpful though. That's good background.
And the change was a result of the property slopes from the wetland to the western property line, and originally to the left of the house, as we're looking, they were going to blast into the ledge, and there was significantly more ledge than anticipated with the original testing. So they raised the house, which raised the grading on the eastern side, and they installed a retaining wall, which is shown on the plan, starting south of the house and then running in to the north, ending up at the sanitary system. And that retaining wall was installed to alleviate some of the grading, that it would have been a steeper slope than, and the toe of the slope would have been even closer to the wetlands than the retaining wall. So that was installed because of the grading change. And then when we go up to the sanitary system area, to the left of the sanitary system, thank you, there is a stone with underground pipe, is the labeling. And that was installed to protect the sanitary system from the rainfall events that we were experiencing this spring, and a seasonal high groundwater that was higher than the modeling that was observed in the soil tests and etc. The groundwater has been higher this year than I've experienced in my, I hate to say it, but 50 some odd years of engineering. But when they installed the curtain drain, they put a, you can see where we have 4-inch PVC pipe and then a stone area. They originally the pipe went all the way to the wetlands, and that pipe was removed when Maria and Aaron were out there. That pipe was removed as a result of that meeting, and it was terminated at the stone area that's shown on the plan. This plan is based on an as-built survey done by Scott Caton, and we added his as-built information to our site plan. I'm proposing, and we've submitted an application for this modification, but instead of outletting the pipe in the stone area, and the pipe I'm referring to is the curtain drain, which is flowing today. It's been flowing ever since it's been installed, and it's formed a erosion path, if you will, down towards the silt fence, which has been repaired and it's been extended. But it's not discharging in the appropriate location, I don't think. And there's an area with a dense grouping of surface stones that I've shown. Those are existing natural stones. And I felt it would be advantageous to discharge our curtain drain into that area, above that area, and allow it to go through that stone. So I'm proposing to put a 10-foot section of 4-inch diameter perforated pipe in a stone berm, and it'll come out of that stone and above the existing stone. So that's part of the proposal. That's part of the application that's being received tonight. And I think, oh, also the shaded area is a proposed wood chip area. And we're proposing to install wood chips between the silt fence and the retaining walls, and as in that shaded area. It's still somewhat wooded. There are trees. It's not clear cut, but we'll put in wood chips around the trees instead of trying to seed it. And the retaining wall does form I think, a very nice barrier that's going to limit the activity between the retaining wall and the house and lawn area, and the retaining wall and the wetlands. I think that will revegetate naturally. We have put in the plantings that were required with the original submittal, but they are do not go the entire length of the retaining wall. They're downgrade of the septic tank and the pump chamber. And so that is the existing condition, and we have those the wood chips and the termination of the drainage pipe are being proposed. And that we have to, yeah, that's about it, I believe. We have other stabilization slopes. The slope to the left of the house is being stabilized with wood chips. That's proposed. It's not reflected on this plan, but I can add it. That was just decided at our site meeting this morning, as was the outlet, and that's why the plan was just received today. So that's about it with the response to the enforcement issue, and we've submitted an application that reflects these changes.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you for explaining. So I guess this is another one that's for receipt.
Yeah, as a result of, well, yes, as a result of
As
the
a result of the enforcement.
which we did have them, like we said, hand dig the sediment out that when from the curtain drain, it's
Right.
cleaned. We've seen it. They put down, extended the silt fence, repaired it, extended it. If there's anything else, I mean, you want to do.
Well, I mean, I think we're getting more rain this week. I don't know how much, but
Right.
stabilizing all of this is helpful. I'll have to look, and obviously we'll look. I get that there's this proposal to add this perforated 10-foot pipe to those dense surface stones. Does that, we're just receiving this, but I guess I would just
Right.
say, is that
Right,
the
yes. No, you absolutely, yeah.
No,
And again, we weren't made aware of it. It was something that I think came in, a recommendation from the health department. And the next day I just happened to go out there to check on it and saw it happening. And they were like, well, the health department, you know, whatever, it's not from blame, but, they executed it, they differently, I guess, than what was supposed to happen. So that was stopped. And then when we went out there again today, that's when we came up with another option. So, and that plan, as you know, I just received just before I left work today. So it's for receipt and it could be reviewed, as well as for receipt. The curtain drain, the retaining walls, which the same thing as Neck Road. They're battling elements and, you know, eroding slopes. But they're also, we're going to be adding on Opening Hill additional recreational areas, which I'm assuming you saw. So they were going to be doing that anyway. We said, while you're modifying it for your enforcement, just add everything on there that you want to do now. So you can look at it all at once.
Okay. I don't know, right, and so I don't know, is this something that you would recommend for a site walk? It's already done?
It's done. It's just, the recreation area is not done. The retaining walls are done. The curtain drains installed. The change in the drainage that they're proposing with the perforated pipe is not. It's installed to what, you know, in order to get I guess I'm assuming the septic inspected. But I don't know walking what.
Okay.
I don't know what.
No, I mean, it sounds
Yeah.
like it's not really worth it. Okay.
Yeah, the wood chips are down. They've already, the plantings that were a requirement from the original approval are in.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So then it's received and we have this background information.
right.
It's helpful, and then we can look at it and
Next week.
discuss it next month.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well,
I
thank you.
would, this is Martin. I just have one comment for the applicant and just maybe for discussion if people would agree, I don't know. But it would be, I like the idea of the drainage improvements, you know, diverting that water over to the larger stone area. I think it would be good to know what level of impact that would be, what kind of woody vegetation is along that path. And you know, for the next meeting, just maybe some photographs and some documentation of exactly where that's going to run and what it's going to mean.
Yeah, that's great.
We can do that, Martin. That's I should have taken some photos when I was out there today, but it seemed like the most logical spot to discharge it. But we'll take photos and provide that.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. That's a great idea. I guess that's why I was asking about the site walk. I'm just trying to visualize all this, but obviously
Yeah.
photos are easy to.
They're such time savers.
I know. Thank you. Okay, and so then we have 2 other receipts that are being received, and we've got 5 Shepherd's Trail, which is a construction of a new accessory dwelling unit.
Yes.
And I just glanced briefly at this. It doesn't look like we need a site walk. Do you, I mean,
I don't think so.
yeah. And then we have 26 Opening Hill, another,
Bob Joan. Yes.
yeah, another.
26 Opening Hill is the lot A in the Anderson subdivision.
Okay.
That had been visited before, as Joe Boudreau mentioned.
Right.
And it's a driveway that we're in the same location as the location when you looked at it on the Anderson map. We haven't changed that at all. And the sanitary system in-house are outside of the 100-foot, but you know, they're definitely upgrade, obviously, but of the wetland area, but it's the driveway that's triggering this regulated upland review.
Okay,
And it's the same location as Joe had mentioned.
right.
Site
Um,
plan.
Okay, so it looks like no sidewalks this month.
Yeah, okay.
Bad, I miss seeing you guys.
Saturday morning, bright and early.
Yay, because it's busy.
Okay.
All right.
No problem.
Thank you, Bob. That's very helpful.
Thank you very much for everything tonight. I appreciate it. I was muted before I could thank you for the public hearing information also.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so we have our receipts. We have our section 13s, which I'm assuming went well.
The last receipt, don't forget, we have Flintlock. We have somebody talk about Flintlock Road, which was, this
Yes.
was a receipt that came in, like we said, just before close on Friday. So it didn't make the agenda, but it is a town project and we do have a representative here, just to give you a quick overview.
Okay.
I will promote her. Kim Fletcher.
That's fine. I was very excited for a second.
We're so close.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can I share my screen or?
Absolutely. As a panelist, you should be able to.
Okay. So my name's Kim Fletcher. I'm from Burton and Judas. I'm working with the town doing a bridge project on Flintlock Road. I'm just going to give you a really quick overview of the project, and if you have any questions, just let me know. So it's Flintlock Road over Huzzle Guzzle Brook. It's adjacent to a dam that is owned by the Madison Land Trust. It's an existing CMP pipe, metal pipe. It's like 12-foot span by 8 feet high. We're keeping the pipe. We're just cleaning it, repairing it. And then the existing CMU wing walls, both downstream and upstream, have to be replaced because they're failing. So we'll install cofferdam, replace everything in the dry. There's a slab on grade right next to the spillway of the dam. So we'll be removing that and putting it back in kind. And then additionally downstream, we are going to cut off a portion of the pipe just because it's in bad shape on the ends only. So we're going to take off the portion that has some perforations and then pour a new head wall around the pipe, new channel walls, and then we're putting natural channel bottom material like anywhere that we were disturbed temporarily. So anything that is within that cofferdam area that will be temporarily disturbed, that's within the wetlands, will be restored at the end of the project. So the yellow here, that's the road that that we'll be replacing. The orange, that's concrete that's going to go in, and that's just the retaining walls, and then the slab on grade that I was talking about. This is silt fence that you see here, this red line with kind of circles around it. And then there's grading here. And I know that this one makes it kind of hard to see the wetland line. So if I just go down here, it's a little bit easier because it's colored in. This is the wetland line that that Rich Snarsky, he had gone out and he flagged all the wetlands for us. And let's see. So we have temporary and we have permanent. Our total impacts for both the watercourse and the wetlands is about 530. That's temporary. And then the permanent is 330. Again, the permanent is going to be anywhere where we're putting in concrete or the slab on grade. And the slab on grade is existing there now. It showed up within that wetland line, but it is right now it's concrete and we're putting back concrete. And then, yeah, so then the temporary is for where we're putting in the cofferdam, removing any of that existing pipe. And then again, we'll be restoring that at the end of the project. I know that's like a brief overview, but
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's
okay.
fine. It's just for receipt only, so. Just because we didn't get to really see it, and I think they only got the paperwork
Right.
today, so, yeah.
Right.
Because it wasn't loaded.
So, right, so it's received, and just for agency members, you know, obviously this says wetland impacts, which we can think about it tonight. I'm sure we have until next month to figure out if this is a significant activity according to our regulations, which would, you know, trigger public hearing and maybe a third party, depends. So I'm just saying that, you know, for all of these, we always should take into account if there's significant activities. I think the ones that we've received so far probably are not, but this one, given some of this work, could be.
Yes.
Yes, so, and you, yeah, you can, I know that they've done a lot of, research already. You can wait until next month, or, you can deem it, a significant activity and schedule it for a public hearing in June. I don't know what their timeline is. It's a town project. It's funded, I think, by a grant. Is it a grant, federal funding?
It's under the state local bridge program, so they're
Yeah.
funding half of it.
When were you planning on going out to bid on it?
It's already out to
It's
bid.
out to bid already.
Oh, it is, okay.
This is Martin. I thought, typically, I know it's, this is a good design and it minimizes the direct impacts to the wetlands, but it is a wetland impact and it does have direct wetland impacts. And typically we decide that qualifies as a significant activity. And in this case, I would see no exception to that. And my suggestion, if we can move this thing along, for the town, I don't see there's any reason, if we think we're going to go in that direction, there's maybe no reason not to just go ahead and deem that tonight. I don't want to force that on anybody if people want to think about it, but I think, in my opinion, I think it would be good to move it along. Secondly, I think for Kim to be prepared at the next meeting, maybe Mr. Snarski can prepare a specific wetland report, since we didn't have the benefit of a folder online today. I don't know if that's been done already, but if Rich could prepare a report and discuss and, take a look at, what the commission requires when we deem a significant activity. There's some additional work that needs to be done from the wetland scientists. So Kim, you might want to get them going on that and be more prepared for the next meeting so we can, move this thing along, as well as we can with that additional documentation. That's all I have.
That's great. Thank you, Martin. I'll get in contact with Rich Narsky and I'll have him put together a little bit more than what I've already provided.
Sure, and that's, if the other commission members agree with that approach.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I've just pulled up the wording on if the proposed activity involves a significant activity as defined in section 2.1. Because I think when we do deem it a significant activity, we need to say why. So it can include, but is not limited to, deposition or removal of material in or from a regulated area, which will or may have a perceptible effect. So I'm guessing that's it. Any activity which perceptibly changes the natural channel or may inhibit the natural dynamics. I think what we have is removal, right, of material.
yeah, removal.
And then any activity which is likely to cause or has the potential to cause measurable turbidity, siltation, or sedimentation in a wetland or watercourse. Guess that's probable. Okay, so it looks like we have in this section 2.ii, we have like several of these significant activities. The definition of a significant activity is reached. So I don't know, Maria, if we need to highlight each one.
I can't see you guys in the, hold on, let me just stop it.
Okay.
I'm
So
trying to,
maybe, so maybe Kim, you could stop sharing.
I did it,
Oh,
I got
sorry.
it.
Thank
Oh,
you.
fine.
Sorry.
Here, do you want me, I can share. Here.
We have a standard letter, don't we? Or do we? No,
Yeah,
that's
we
right.
do have a standard letter, but
We
because
do, but you could say what numbers, like if, you know, is it all of, is it 1 through 7 or is it?
yeah, so we've got, this is what we need to say, because this is a legal definition. So
Yep.
when we deem this a significant activity, we have to be clear. So I think it's deposition. Is this changing the channel, or it sounds like it's, go
It
ahead.
shouldn't change the channel because we're not changing the structure. We're
Right.
leaving the pipe in place.
Okay, so it's one, I don't know. It's one, it may be 4, probably. So 1 and 4. Does anybody see anything else here? Can make this bigger. So we're looking at 1 through 7.
Yeah,
And did you want to?
definitely 4. Yeah, 1 and 4, I think.
Okay.
Does anybody else, Martin or Joe, anything else?
No, I agree with 1 and 4. I think we should
Okay.
go ahead with that.
Okay. So is this motionable? Should we make this a motion?
And did you, yes, you can make a motion and you can, to deem it a significant activity, and then you can schedule the public hearing date.
All right. Well, I'm gonna move that. I don't even have the application pulled up.
Yeah, we don't have an application number.
Well, it's
Hodgepodge Brook.
2422, maybe.
here.
Application number 24-26.
All right, 24-26 Flintlock Road. I'm gonna make a motion that this application is a significant activity, as defined by section 2, II, and then numbers 1 and 4. And in this motion, I also propose that we schedule a hearing for our next meeting in June, which is
June 3rd.
Yeah, June 3rd.
Second.
Okay.
All right, any discussion or modification of that motion?
Sounds good to me.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Abstaining. Okay. Great.
Nice job, Kim.
Thank you guys very much, and I appreciate you getting it in. I know that I submitted it under the wire there, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we can go to section 13s, right?
Yeah. I don't remember what they are anymore. Oh, yes. Okay. Section 13. Yeah.
So
I did
20,
those.
and so, looks like you probably have them under control. 21 Little Hollow Road.
Yep. That was a very small screen porch. Hand dug footing. And then we did 51 High Hill was a septic repair. So.
Okay, so now we are down to the minutes, which we pushed off last time because
there wasn't
exactly what's happening
right
tonight.
now. People are dropping like flies.
So
I
Yes.
read through all three of them and I didn't see anything.
Well, I read through, and I need to find it. There was one. Where is it? That
That'd be my special meeting because I take horrible minutes.
no, that was okay. So we have our meeting. So the April minutes aren't in here for us to review. The April 6th or April. So we have
The special meeting minutes, not the regular meeting minutes.
right.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
I did because there's some typos that probably should be commented on for the April ones, but since they're not here, we can just
So the special walk meeting of the second, we didn't, we pushed it because in April.
pushed
We
everything.
pushed March. And then
Yeah,
we
we
did,
pushed March, and then the
Okay.
April special meeting is here on the minutes, but the April regular meeting minutes are not here.
well, we can move the April ones to
Yeah, so let's move
with
the
May, okay.
yeah, because they're not even here, so they can just show up in May. Right, okay, so I did not have any comments either. So anybody have any comments on the minutes, any amendments, anything? All right.
I move we approve the minutes for the special meeting site walk on March 2nd, the regular meeting minutes on March 4th, and the special meeting minutes for April 16th.
Excellent. All in favor? Or no, wait, I need a
Aye.
second. There's a second. And then any discussion? All right, all in favor?
I'll second.
Yeah, let Joe second this one.
All right, Joe, you second, and then we're all saying, yes, we approve. All right.
Yes.
And then wetland, I have no comments. Thank you guys for
Great job.
another marathon session.
I know, but we got rid of confused, so yay.
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 Any inland wetlands agent comments?
No, no. Thank you for your patience of the late submittals and referrals and additions and additional documents, and
Yeah.
I know it gets crazy down to the wire, so.
Yes.
All
Okay,
good.
I will take a final motion for the evening.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, excellent.
Aye.
See you guys next month.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.